Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and myself here in person at Sahili Wheatfields Chapter House. We also do have with us our honorable delegate that represents this area, Chanela, Honorable Carl Slater. We have community members here as well as chapter staff. And thank you all for calling in to RDC meeting at this time. Thank you. Mr. Tai, could you do the roll call, please, sir?
Chairman, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, Wednesday, February 9th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen is present.
Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, present.
Herman M. Daniels is present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Good morning, present.
Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chairman, you have all members available which constitute a quorum. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi, for the roll call at this time. On the agenda, we do have invocation. Chapter presidency. Sahili Wheatfields. So, corrosion had suffered those in.
Chapter Heavenly Father, thank you for this day that we are blessed to host the RDC meeting, where there are many topics that will be discussed. This will be guidance that we ask that the topics we discussed thoroughly in detail and the decision we made on behalf of our people whom we all have decided to represent and to be a guiding light and be a guiding force and to always enlighten their ideas and thoughts and to be able to think as one as we all get together as an Navajo nation to be able to make decisions for our people here now and forever. It is in your name that we pray. Amen.
Announcements. Mr. Tahi, do you have any announcements for us?
Chairman, tomorrow at 10 a.m. you have your regular NABI meeting. On Friday, February 11th at 9 a.m., RDC has a leadership meeting with San Juan County, Utah County Commissioners on road issues. This will be teleconference. On February 14th, Monday at 9 a.m., Resource and Development Committee has a work session with Navajo EPA on the proposed changes and updates to the plan of operations. On Tuesday, February 15th at 9 a.m., RDC has a work session again with Navajo EPA and others to discuss the abandoned uranium mine updates. This will be teleconferencely. Then on Wednesday, February 16th, we have our 10 a.m. RDC regular meeting. Chair, that's my announcement. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. And also thank you for fixing our calendar and keeping up with us as you do. We're on announcements. I would like to make one announcement. Honorable Mark Freeland, Washington, House Natural Resources Committee, Nechas Anjana Yizichido, Perfino, Lake Valley, Benan Has I Chaco Canyon, then a lot east and Lenigig for up behind Ziggy by Kevin and Honorable Freeland. Just want to say thank you for that. Appreciate the work that you do for your communities and how you advocate for them. Around Washington, D.C., the on a Dejaho one. Which I had actually zero, but you get in the house now. What are the other needs and that they not I see Z should celebrate Honorable Kiel and the Gay Jr. And they have one base of what and Lido, say, Shakoni hit Hahok, the Josh, and Nagi Benige, and the dates and Ishkon broadband within Nenigi to our argent one. I guess in each and out to the no bind any count. I don't that the D Argent Canyon has argent though. And then here teen again a con baby had a seat so a cash and not finicky. Are there any other announcements? None honorable members of RDC?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Hilan Chairman. I don't shnat thaniki. I don't tailly da. I don't shna shije yaje. Honorable Slater, good morning. RDC members, thaniki. Let's go. Good morning. Sorry couldn't be there this morning. I'm tending to a family matter today. But Chairman, thank you for that recognition and yesterday's call related to our visit with congressional leadership. Mr. Tahi mentioned that tomorrow, we have our Nabikia Ticket Committee at 10 o'clock. But I believe I saw a message from the speaker stating that will be postponed until next Thursday. So just for your information, Shanat, the Nabikia Ticket Committee meeting that was scheduled for tomorrow has been postponed. So that's my announcement, Chairman. Have a good day and God bless each and every one of you. Late Saley and Wheatfields chapter, God's country. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Freeland. Thank you for that announcement. As consciendo nagietki bathait later. Oh, I didn't just about kisses all over the Oh, Johnny, and any other announcements? At then, Hakushila, Ashanshi, no slana, or like now, so agenda and Hidahan, so as Gishina Kikona, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll start with honorable members of RDC. Shananta. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Chairman, though, committee members, though, and his staff, Mr. Tahi, though, sit, though, Miss Woody, though, Shane, you have at the Tahi, that's it, though, yes, though, Nahanda, and Stowe, but in Dale and Shigi, though, Yat, though, plan of Finigido, other. Process aholia ke atlahde adolni khodo ni digi benach ada nat ani satna has khaido da hoidna beshbe hanne be doshido ande tanji adi padit zito le ko ke Thomas Walker Jr. Edishnadida Ado kuja Resource Development Committee chaho ko chanan jinsen diche ke kut ehki ado na veitsadi thona hadli da holia kuja ache de toko sti biyege ni hitsil sa anige biyege ko da holia tho ado nana asan takho hasan da holia ko Carson is able to have such a adion a track ko it never nasha that creature and a cut echo ko che ko shaho gito don en shinigi to yo ba jensen ne ye da ji da wi ta ko ibn nashik ba hazan le ke da hij de nile ke da hatol zin to ya hegi at because sazin do shi hinsne bi poni Bashichin, but something should say that Edo Sadish Disney national but Ella and chairman, though, committee members and staff, listening audience we have this morning. I appreciate the prayer also. Citizen. Yeah, Ziggy and Chicago. Yeah, on Janoshi, Tati, Leko, and Jano. Yeah, that do Atna Nako, Ado Echo. Nani Kato Lecho Atra Instant so there's indicate. Yeah, Chairman, thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Keelan McKay Jr.
Good morning, Chair. Our Resource Development Committee members, I don't have a charge. One of the chapters we represent by the Rdc. The first stage, non management on the Dasha, chair of these two leaders. Slow, Ashambat, but Shaki, and many farms with all. Channel Chains and Doro, good morning, he didn't even give private is one of funding it over dice, but Chairman.
Thank you. That's Honorable Herman Daniels.
Chair, good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I don't get staff at all. I don't get such can't go down. Delegate Carl Slater, although yeah, I don't know, could not honestly the Halon so odd has under it or here, so that's the little here than Sago. I don't know, could should edge Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, any bit any. Get a chain that's there. I got so that's another. I do to get Laney though, I create an aid that should say. Or that mention on a late or jet ho. I do shot towards the big candle other than others on a panash. A other basement and Eoda is Shananis instant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning. On good morning to all. Shay Mark Freeland, the Shiedo, Auto Tlenigi Tutsoni, Snoro Kia Ani, Bush's Chin, Sandra Kinney, Dashachera, Tena, Bethany Asenala, Tis Osaka, Asen, Shaya. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Agency, Auto Crown Point, Do, Nahadishki, Do, Tsehe, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, Nayazadan. Good morning to one and all. And Honorable Slater, thank you, Yaja, for hosting this meeting. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but look forward to a productive day. And good morning to our staff, and thank you to our staff as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, Honorable Stewart.
Vice Chair Walker out of the Shanai Carl Slater Kona, House and today out of the Wheatfields chapter. School. That the chapter president. Wilson C. Stewart Jr. H. With something H. The one that is tells what that shot on the carriage and for the shot itself, so the she the G KFD but the shot for different agencies for representation. Kodogi was on the Shiki Notar, Chintanigi, Key White, the corner. After all corner ocean, and this kid and get a kid of the corner. So without without a on the kid at the door of the corner. So she ain't letting go kinds of my Johnson that's a and the Shana Johnson. Justice associated with a corner without a do ella on so ella today do ella now when they draw now that in some corner so cash the kill to get a shot china ya te could have been down ella ya ne could have shut down the check should have been Steve the non senior of the end but ella done as class and then could do ella you kept it up in the hands and could out ella at the end of the domain, in the Kaya, become much of a local area, and not a teacher at all. I'm not going to take what's on the kid out and get Yate. I'll consult our church.
Here is it's Sherry, I recommend oh, very good. She should change some of the that she shade okay on it as another. Now, there's one chapter, that goes, it's just money, and they spend so quick so that can't be again. Then it gets just money, and they see what are they? As to chapters, when I see you had said that can't talk about earlier. I was saying one, I don't know his they are whole, yet in his I don't know what clay holding upper fluid. I don't let the burner, it's just a car. I don't know if it's in the shoes or a national. Oh, we can't not go coronavirus or clay. Shenlan what are she need of days? I don't actually only based on a certain, but it was our Kodo, on Carl Slater, Shenala.
Good morning and welcome RDC to Taylor Field's BlackRock chapter. I am incredibly appreciative for your convening here. And I was cooking up a storm in the kitchen, so I need to say hi to you guys before the meeting started. So I hope that all pans out and everyone leaves here with a full stomach. I'll be working with President Piguet to provide the first report on there. And other than that, shouldn't be a something that was just to Najini Dashache, something that Dashna, Shay Carl Slater Dashajan, Seneca Shah. So my name is Carl Slater. I'm Kiani Board for the Jewish people. I live in Round Rock. I represent this chapter at St. Luke's Black Rock, as well as Okeechobee, Rough Rock, Round Rock, and Rock Front of the Council. Thank you.
We appreciate the work that you do for your chapters here. Always appreciate your statements on the council floor, advocating on behalf of your people, not only your chapters, but the whole 110 chapters. So doing a good job. Other RDC staff, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC, and those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Senja Kine, and I'm Richie from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Woody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those Vice Chair, other RDC members. Thank you for being here and welcome to Sailing. Chapter Teresa Woody and Chiado Tabancho Bastion. Here on Chedo to the generational lay steamboat there. We there those tonight as an Antigo in the ship.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Resources and Development Committee members on the Finnegy, Yad Air Resources and Development Committee staffers and chapter officials, chapter staff, Ado Yad Air Delegate Slater. Ahehe, so does in, yeah, for that beautiful prayer. Eba, thank you so much. As always, I truly enjoy starting our meetings with prayers and going into our discussion. She Mariana Khan, da shijine. Sejin be toha ho ye de Black Rock Spring. Shema Annie Khan jo yeah. She Chester Khan will ye ado she do shema son Slim Begay do Jane Begay will ye onen shlinigi tohiet lini nishlin. Bashish chin ya betahni. Dashachegi ya tashche. Senjikine dashanale. Dijim Winderock tell how Zana Dan Hitchin Beshbe Hashne. Ado a hehe and hiso krego da isin. Thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Siako, are you on the call?
Hi, good morning. Yate Bidden, Chairman and members of the Resources and Development Committee. My name is Melinda Erviso Siako. Sitna Jinin Shlon Kia Ani Bashishin, Twitch Ini Dashachedo, Dashini Dashanele, Legislative Staff Assistant for the Office of the Speaker here in Winter Rock, Arizona. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. Certainly appreciate the work that you do for council, most especially for Resource and Development Committee. We also have in person here with us a Legislative District Assistant to Honorable Carl Slater, Mr. Melvin Harrison.
Thank you. Chair, Mass. Melvin Harrison, Carl Slater, RDC community. Thank you for coming by and visiting delegates leaders. One of the delegates leaders on chapter Stewart David Gate, Delegate Walker, Delegate Freeman, what
Mr. Harrison, Shamnara as a citizen as a Shashna. Ocean should still be little coin, Josh's kid, should say later that chapter president, but it after continent. Nahasa has leaned on Corona has Tonation, Kaido, Shildo, Vice President, she's up at the door, Chief.
Thank you again. I'm going to go around and have them introduce because it's very important to our community members that we stay inclusive. So right now I have Lupita McClanahan from Black Rock just to give a quick introduction.
Lupita McClanahan. Kia ani shlido totsomi bashchin my deshki dashe patnesani edashna to here can find some pegi. Welcome to Black Rock community. lands.
Thank you. Then I'm Carmelita Litson from Black Rock as well.
That is a so thank you. Yeah, that's a patient has so quick. Carmelita Litson in here. Aro kia ani so from the my description is a zero from the national aro children of the is in a shop. Aro has to say, but our like no question here has 0 something can go ahead. You know, that was simple one day in the car on that. I hear you now, instruction that it up now.
Rosita Stacey from Black Rock.
Welcome to Sadie Whitfield from Black Rock Chapter. I can't Hano Yahigi good morning. Kia Ani ancient for Yaglini, a passes to my deshkini, a dashachi, or 23 a national. Nature on the easy make credit as funny Arpa and Hillary. So agenda has to be out so that not be happening yet. So I can.
Thank you. And next is Anderson Staley. Thank you, Anderson. This is our grazing official, Charles G.
Chinanda, Queen Hano Yado, Queen Gishno Sonigi, She Charles R. Chi, grazing official. Chata Nile the Bebenam, Ada Nile She, Bebenal sauce, Bikitin Chi, Dive Elson. Ash Chile, H. This Chili, Kitty Chili. بالكذا أحدش أروت أني إذا شجع خد صوتي هش هو وان ثاني لقاء إذا شجع أرو شجعته ويتشني ليتو أرو توخن إذا شجعت سكاني خد الساني أرو توخي كليني إذا شناله توخي كليني تو Kaidene, Seke, no Dadene, Eoda, Tashinan, Aro, way, Dihana, Ari, quite a Muskidina, Aro, is in a shop. Aro, Totas, Adano, they no shake in way with that other one here. Dequite, he has unagain, rain, clockons, under the wall. Acquire what, yeah, Kimball Catos J. Kita nalieva hawan katel khalo shi nel tot besa ana tot hatayoz nel eminina hol ye kimel khachos je adon na gait nasu de gait de pipe ran age na george de setin hol ye ot a shkad ko ji hol a kuchwanu da hot enle kon What are a grand hano Yako he? I don't know that a hundred Quay in the Duncan in Nash, to in Nash that was his school. I don't read our chapter with the whole application style. Of course, she's did not feel about that. Of course,
Thank you, Chair. Catherine McNally from here at Beatles with introduction, Chair.
Yad Benen, Shay, Catherine Banani, Ashton, Port One Budgeting, my education, that's a Chayla, National, Shay, Kojima, Yasata of the chapter, the year 2021.
Eleanor Staley from BlackRock.
Good morning, everybody. Shay Eleanor Staley, Shay from BlackRock. Commission Kia Ani, but it's changed. My name is Susanna talking to Infrastructure. And have a good day.
And Carl Shea from Forensic Bay.
my first meeting here from Lucas Carl here. My excuse is not touching buses to put up the 6,000 my knowledge, my cheese. So this is my first meeting and thank you.
Thank you, community members, for attending this meeting. And next, lastly, would be our chapter official, Vice President Stanley Goodall.
Honorable Chair, Regina's, and the rest of the Resource and Development Committee members, so our Honorable Council Delegate Carl Slater. If you had a issue tonight, so when not all shahidi vaccines, should we stand without the issue? Such a the showing the issue if it is that. Touch change, red chicks people. So you red bottom down the Tohan Ebash's Chindo Nana Kia Ani Edash Chido, Nordish Edashin Nare Nanjo, Jigi Kochut Agilo Ado Taho Ashko Peda. John Edash Chindan Linda Peda, my dish no. Although 400 I just paid out. So the very I just thought on should be a not a hole, maybe a Friday need to put up on EBC. It a point and the other hole that needs card. Although they should not have done any exploitation, has quite on the door. The corona, the traffic was unaware. I see she not lady, the way the fish was on the rush to busy make school for the family. I should go busy curly mustache, yeah. Na should not go she created us in Caden Javante. A Chester Cadalki, in the corner of one day from the way. North side okay, quite one day. Although doesn't change, then you should the changing day, see. So Norwegian need other ordinary Kia Ani and then you issued a side and go. Church educated at income. Of course, they had quite a like a coach and ABC, but they watch it. don't read Sappy Hill or actually she is Sappy Hill. Le George what on Lenny Joker Sabion to Il Ishibos Sabi Hill. You hope Cargo, Pojon Chicago Equa. Any sure balance. Last 2 years, long eat down Asana. Asian Sabi Sahil. Need the ABCD bananas of Sally Whitfield. Don't let your don't have a date of something, no issue to approach. In we could go for shut up, which is good. But the other year, I could not know it.
Thanks for sharing. To reiterate a few things regarding notice of recognition of guests, but when you mentioned Justin Cersei and all the elders and stuff, and that's how I see our community. And I know a lot of us come from local leaders from down the top as well, so I'm very proud to have home leaders. And I see your grandparents and grandfathers and mothers and fathers, even though I haven't met them. I can feel them and see them, so it's always a great honor to be in that presence.
I'm not going to be from Sonny, Children of Sonny, Aro, or additional time, though. Catching BIA, are you on the call? Ms. Curley, Mr. Mahoja? No? Dr. Yellowman?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Honorable members of Resource and Development, and to the community members who are listening in, chapter officials, grazing officials, farm board members, Delegate Slater, good morning. Shay, Pearl, Yellowman, representing Division of Community Development. We do have some staff on the call as well, and we'll be listening in. We just like to wish everyone again a Happy New Year and a good, safe work week out there. So DCD, we are on the call, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Do we have Mr. Davis Filford on the call from the Office of the President, Vice President?
Good morning, Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee and staff, everybody that's in attendance. Davis Filford from Office of the President, Vice President, Executive Staff Assistant. So later also be the on the quotation on the store. There's some good items on the agenda. Looking forward to the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Filford. We do have on the call with us also from Farmington, New Mexico, former New Mexico State Representative, also former Mayor of Farmington. I'd like to introduce to you and have him say a few words as well, Mr. Tom Taylor.
Yate. My name's Tom Taylor. I am the former mayor of Farmington, a long time ago. My Navajo name is Kazeno Tozi Bagay. Anyway, it's good to be with you today. I'm here basically as an economic developer here from Farmington. I've been involved in economic development since I was mayor, back when I was a child. And This is a project that I think you're all familiar with. And when it comes time to talk about it, I'll say a few more words about it. But anyway, I thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for getting on the call. Are there any others on the call that wishes to introduce themselves?
Chair Naz, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I am on the line.
Yeah, there's I don't know, go ahead and introduce yourself, please. Chair Charles Newton.
So yeah, good morning, RDC committee members, colleagues. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I am the council delegate for Shiprock. My clans are Bitahni. I'm born for the Ashihan. Thank you.
Chairman Nez, Mike Halona.
Mr. Halona.
Yeah, Chairman Nez. Do I not got I not sagi or I don't know soningi. Based on under has kado ado that is not sagi. Do colleagues it days and see those called they jaggy. Sure, yeah, Mike Halona decision. Do a little hatch that way I see it. Don't understand it, but that is long as she was just chain talk and the nationality on it. That should say. What I didn't understand, what didn't never carry up, I never get that station on this not there. I call yeah. I also I see the lake, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Honorable Otto So.
Good morning. Members of Resource and Development Committee. This is Delegate Otto So. I'm on the line. Now, Kainanchla, Toy Cleany. Then it's as a couple of us Shane don't look at the net that you say. I don't at it. No, yet if Beneto here. Good morning. I'm sorry. You guys hear me?
You're going in and out.
Okay. I'm on the line. Thank you very much. Again, so the Shindo did my introduction. Okay. I'm going on mute.
Do we have any other colleagues on the call? None. Anybody that wishes to introduce themselves?
Yeah, it's I'll go ahead and take.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and continue. Good morning, everybody. My name is Vicky Lynn Watchman. I am a community member from the Saley Wheatfields Blackrock chapter. I just wanted to say good morning and Bene to all my bishops out there. I heard you guys introduce yourself. And touching in Shlong, Kiani Bashichin, Tombahan Dashache, Do to Heglini additional.
Good morning, Chair Naz.
Getting on the call. Next.
Chair Naz, my name is Lorena Eldridge. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My excuse is footage in your Bash's chain. Last year, that should change out. I am the farm board representative from Saley Wheatfields. And I welcome you all to Saley Wheatfields, Black Rock area.
Next.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Lucinda Davis. I'm a community member of Salem Wheatfields Chapter. Ado she yaha thanesahnin slido e yaha maidiskizin bashes chin achi dashedo look at net dashinale. I'm one of the farm board members from Salem Wheatfields. So Ado, I just want to welcome you all to our community there and honorable members that are there. Ede yaha akwadeha.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead,
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Tomchi.
Yes. Good morning, Resources Development Committee and Honorable Chairperson Ricky Nez, also Thomas Walker, Vice President or Chairperson, and all the listeners and the invited guests. Lucinda Tomchi and Shia, but Nia Shlekitlichini Bushichin, Toheglini that Shiche Tachini that Shanala. So Shema Aid and Shisha Aid, the late James and Marie Tomchi Holia. I am currently the CSC from the Tisnas Bush chapter, just representing our community right now. And I'm here to listen in on the report for the Carrizo Four Corners Hydroelectric Storage Center proposed project. So with that, I would just say to everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah, they've been there. Should they, Darlene Pino, his chapter vice president, Ado, Ashihe, Shlido, Chishabash's chin, Kia, Ani, the Shichida, for the Chili, the Chanel. Ado is in the Shade, is so Alamone, Mexico, Akunde, Kude, Nazis, Andi, and Strato, at Kude, Shananish, not I'm here to listen in to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Adenya Hakoshila, I believe that's it. Kashe Kronos Nanadole. We're on number 3 of the agenda. Mr. Tahi, could you read the agenda for the record, sir?
Chair member of RDC, your agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, Wednesday, February 9th, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location, Sahili Wheatfields, Black Rock Chapter, Sahili, Arizona. Also via telecommunications. 1, call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving the journals, January 19th, 2022, January 20th, 2022. 5, receiving reports. A, report on the wood hauling issue, regulation, fence cutting, unauthorized roads, etc., home site lease issues in the Navajo commercial forest, home site lease issues and improvement within the community, and other issues for residents within the Canyon de Chelly National Park buffer zone. Presenters, Devon Begay, President Sahili Chapters, and others. B, report on the Carrizo Four Corners Hydroelectric Energy Storage Center proposed project. Presenter, Thomas C. Taylor, former New Mexico House of Representative. C, report on the moratorium on the house improvements within the buffer zone around Canyon de Chelly National Monument, law enforcement issues, and other proposed co-management of the park between National Park Service and Navajo Nation. Presenter, Lynn Coraza, Superintendent, Southern Four Corners Group. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, legislation 0012-22, an action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committee, approving a change in Exhibit D to resolution number CAP-35-18 for Forest Lake chapter by adding planning, design, construction, equipment, and furnishing to projects number D-7172 and moving the project to 3-year funding period. Sponsor, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. B, legislation number 0015-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding. Sponsor, Honorable Mark A. Freeland. C, legislation number 0016-22, an action relating to Resource and Development and Navigate Committees and Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for the limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in a federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act, in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2025. Sponsor, Honorable Mark A. Freeland. D, legislation number 0017-22, an action relating to Resource and Development, approving the grant of Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Access, TAA, to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for the Red Mesa Commercial Transmission Line located on Navajo Nation Trust land on the Navajo Nation, Utah. Sponsor, Honorable Charlene So. E, legislation number 0018-22, an action relating to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change in Exhibit D to resolution number CAP-35-18 for Chichishpilto chapter by deleting the chapter multipurpose building project approved for 1 year and replacing it with a chapter lagoon project for 3 years. Sponsor, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. F, legislation number 0024-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Health and Education, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Inobligate Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC section 1176 to create a separate business unit number when funding Navajo Veterans Organization. Sponsor, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. G, approving an in-person leadership meeting with Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and Louis Rocco LLP to conduct a tour of the Cosmino and Horseman Lodge property near Flagstaff, Arizona on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 at 9 a.m. H, approving an in-person leadership meeting with the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Farmington Field Office on the formal proposal to withdraw approximately 351,000 acres from public land surrounding the Chaco Culture National Park in Farmington, New Mexico on Friday, March 11th, 2022 at 9 a.m. I, approving an in-person leadership meeting with the U.S. Department of the Bureau of Land Management, Farmington Field Office, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the state of New Mexico on the right-of-way process in Farmington, New Mexico on Friday, March 11th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. J, approving a joint work session with the Law and Order Committee on legislation number 0002-22 for Friday, March 25th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at Twin Arrows Casino Resort. K, approving a leadership meeting with Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Office of the Controller, and the District Grazing Committee to streamline the stipend process for Thursday, March 31st, 2022 at 9 a.m. via teleconference. 8, close of meeting announcements and adjournment. Chair, that is the agenda read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Stewart.
Freeland, second.
Honorable Freeland seconds the motion. Shananta, Honorable Stewart and Honorable Freeland. Honorable Slater requested to take off under number 5, receiving reports C. So we'll take that off. Do you concur? Honorable Stewart?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Abiga, Chair. Abiga.
Well, that's taken care of there. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions?
Chairman?
Mr. Tahi?
Chairman, received the memo from Honorable Kealan Begay on legislation 0024-22. He did indicate that he will like this removed until he goes through a process that he's currently outlined for the veterans organizations. Per his request, can we remove legislation 0024-22 from the agenda?
Thank you for that, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Stewart, do you concur to remove legislation 0024-22 off the agenda? It's under the letter F.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Ms. Khan?
Good morning. The question was sent to myself and to all of the members of the Resources and Development Committee with regard to removing Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.'s legislation 0024-22, in that he had sent the memo saying he wanted to do some, get the information out and to have discussions in the forums that he has outlined. I did point out in my return email to you all that the provisions of Title II 164A paragraph 8 states that once a legislation has completed the 5-day comment period, it shall be placed on the committee's the committee's agenda, and that is the situation here, and that is why it is currently placed on your proposed agenda. My review of the provisions of 164A, I do not see a provision where a sponsor of the legislation may remove an item from the agenda to provide the manner of procedure that Delegate Kealan Begay has requested. Having said that, it does say 164A, paragraph A, section 8 says that the legislation shall be placed on the agenda. And in instances like this in the past, if an item like this is on the agenda, the request is made for the sponsor to present, and there are times when the sponsor is not available, and then the legislation is placed on the next agenda, and is placed on the next agenda until the sponsor is available. In this situation, the sponsor is in this meeting, and there is a possibility of the provision to withdraw the legislation in terms of going to the legislative Office of Legislative Services and putting in a request to withdraw legislation. In that case, the legislation is removed from the agenda and removed from the legislative process. Those are the two means that are available within the withdrawal of legislation is within Title II, and you need a sponsor for the legislation to discuss the legislation. That is also in Title II. With regard to removing an item from the agenda while the sponsor is in the meeting, there is no provision for that, Mr. Chair. I'm just letting you know the provisions of the code and while you're setting your agenda. Mr. Chair, I'll go on mute now.
Thank you for that, Ms. Khan. So would it be best to have this legislation deferred to the next RDC meeting or within 30 days until after the task 4 is completed? Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chairman, I was trying my best to describe that there is no provision for what Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. has provided, the procedure that he wants to follow. In past situations with a particular legislation, the legislation will get drafted but not get posted and be put into, and work with the speaker to put into hearings with regard to the legislation before it is posted. And then once the hearings are done, then it may or may not get posted and be given a legislation number. In this case, the legislation is already posted, and according to Title II, Section A, 164, Section A8, it is supposed to be on the agenda. And it is up to you how you set your agenda, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Begay.
Chairman, although Ms. Khan appreciate the analysis of the current policy. Chairman, although RDC member, I sent a memo to speak or each of the chairman, the vice chair on the 29th of January. There's a thought, there's a detail based on legislation policy of has added a previous on that don't let it go before the committees. 18 was on for a object attack in the other case in the project which is on the clinical a large ABCE as the now Nation Veterans Advisory Council of Gate. Not only is changing my kid, the ego will not be Zande. It's a joke to Arctic abyss on it, Naki. Other agencies are the others of the Tashamada Dishta, Jobich and Arctic is on it. Other response on the Dingy work session, not the streets of Jobich and Arctic. Other than that, Dingy, I got in the show. The newspaper, the door, and China, we know the agent are a job, are the end of the Hibatin. Job are a key, door, speaker, door, other, I didn't give it not so the show. A couple a dig at track and they can get agenda today. A cordilla. A traditional language was joking the destruction. There is only automatically should be on the agenda. Okay, Chairman, I guess I'll leave it up to your leadership, what the recommendation would be. Because if we take it off, it will come back automatically on the agenda again next week at each of the committee meeting. Or delete the, that's a whole just starts a little bit. So the formality made me table it until I don't know, I don't want to really specify the date because if there's 4 of them, and each of these legislation has an assignment and average about 4 committee. RDC has budget and finance, law and order, and now GNT committee, and then also council. So did I any the next day Joe we can act on it, have it be read in the record. The reason, I don't want to withdraw it. I mean, I mean that the reason why I needed for it to be and starting to be an official document. The key is for local veterans and the veterans organization out there begin to address a document that has been officially introduced for them to deliberate on it, act on it as referencing these legislation numbers. I think it's proper that way, and so then I'll go through the 5-year comment period of the data. So I'll leave it up to you, Chairman, what's the best solution. There will be veterans, if any issue will we were posing the joke at the dog, and he be behind the dog, diaper and a short second after the dog now. Later, we have nature, he that's a dog, that's a sheet, nature, that's the so I know I'm making it complicated in a way, but I just want to, I'm sure the veterans all go to you and explain these legislation. Just like yesterday, I was over Community County. That was the first overall presentation that I made to them. And at the same time, like for example, the veterans I can go to their veterans meeting. Again, just to make sure and have a better understanding of the related 4 different legislations that's going to be pushed. So anyway, I think I've run on and on my explanation, but Chairman, I'll leave that up to your decision because there's no really long policy in place of what my request is, and I'm hoping you have my understanding of what I'm trying to attain or achieve in this legislation process, Chairman. So again, like I said, if we just read it automatically, we'll be back on the agenda next week. So like I said, I don't anticipate for me to even start presenting anything to the committees until either March or even in the beginning of April. That's the end of the review, because obviously I got 110 chapters to make presentations. I think that's lots of them is additional 5 years. The Chairman. So again, this my explanation on this particular request.
Thank you. Okay. This legislation here in reference to your memorandum, number 4, okay, public presentation, I would recommend that when we get to the letter F, that we go ahead and table the legislation. If you want to present it at the spring session or the summer session, we could just have that in the committee report. And we'll just do that. So we're not going to remove the legislation. Honorable Stewart, Honorable Freeland. Thank you. Honorable Stewart for concurring. Honorable Freeland, thank you for that. So are there any other comments or questions on the main motion? On the agenda approval, Honorable Stewart.
Chairman, Chairman, I'd like to add on 2 items onto our agenda. And the first one, to attend the 34th annual Southwest Indian Agricultural Association Incorporated Conference in March 21st to the 24th. And this is, I sent the information to Robbie, and again, just add on to our agenda, and then we can be on the vote, if not, then we'll go and do that. The next step for that one. The second one, I want to add in for a work session with Department of Agriculture, Office of Controller, OMB, Natural Resources, Department of Justice, DCD, ASC, and this is regarding the AIF funding and accounts. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, last week Tuesday, Mr. Watchman, Sunday, Mr. Watchman, Mr. Nota, and also Mr. Vicente, they gave me a presentation here all the way to present. 88 certain areas, but I want us at RDC to get that full explanation. I want to request a work session with those departments and divisions through RDC and those 2 areas.
Could you restate the 2?
The 2 are asking for a conference again for March 21st to 24th, and that's the Southwest Indian Agricultural Association Incorporated Conference. A work session with Department of Agriculture, Office of Controller, OMB, DNR, DOJ, BCD, the ASC program there, and regarding the AIF funding that we have.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. I believe we're going to have a motion for Amendment 1. Amendment 1, Honorable Stewart. Motion being denied. Motion. Okay, there's a motion for Amendment 1 to add an approval to attend the Southwest Indian Agriculture Days Conference, March 21st and 22nd. Number 2, which will be L, the letter L, and then M will be schedule a work session with the Department of Agriculture, Office of the Controller, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Justice, Division of Community Development on the agriculture infrastructure funding work session with RDC. So, Honorable Stewart's motion. Is there a second? Second. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. seconds the motion. Ado, are there any comments or questions? First to the 25th. Okay, I need to make that correction on March 21st through March 24th. So thank you for that. Any comments or questions, Nanda? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Then, yeah, Kushila, we'll go ahead and vote on the main motion. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We have an agenda before us that's approved. Number 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals. The journals will be from January 19, 2022, January 20, 2022. Let's have a motion and a second.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, motion, second. Honorable
Daniel.
Stewart, seconds. Motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Stewart. Any comments or questions on the journals? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll approve the journals. Number 5 on the agenda, receiving reports. A, report on the wood hauling issues, regulations, fence cutting, unauthorized roads, and so forth. Home site lease issues in the Navajo commercial forest. Home site lease issues and improvements within the community, and other issues for residents within the Canyon de Chelly National Park Buffer Zone. Presenters will be Devon Begay, President, Saley Chapter, and others. I'll give the floor over to Honorable Slater to do the introductions here.
Thank you very much, Shimon. Want to start off and say, thank the committee for convening here. We'll try to keep this report brief because I know that we have a lot of items on the agenda. I was waiting for my thought to do a consent agenda, but I guess we decided not to. So with that said, I'd like President Begay to just provide a little brief background on the communities here and the chapter, And then I'll go into these specific issues. You have the one pager in front of you that walks through each of them. And because Ms. Carranza was not on the line, I recommend that we leave that on the agenda. And one of the recommendations that we have is that RDC actually convene with the Park Service. And I'll get into that later. But right now, I'd like to hand it over to President Begay. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Again, my name is Devon Begay, but I heard people call me Devin. I think that was a bad thing. My dad was late. So, so thank you, RDC, for having me here at the chapter. As you notice, we have utilities that represent 3 communities: Saley, Wheatfield, and Black Rock. And each area has its uniqueness that makes it a place where, so Saley, and the college is there. We have that hub of a little college town. Wheatfields, Saley and Wheatfields, growing up, I grew up with a family that has a winter and summer camp. And a lot of us, back in the day when we didn't have the trucks and the horse trailers, you would see families walking with their herd, whether it be their 200 heads of sheep, their 100 heads of cows. And I grew up seeing wonderful communication among our communities where at one point everyone would get together during harvest season and help one another. And with farm and water users, that's what they're hoping to revitalize and bring back. And that's one of the things where we're hoping that we continue that legacy that our families have had for us. In the Black Rock community, Tejit, all 3 areas, we have the woodlands, which a lot of individuals from different communities come during the winter season to harvest wood to stay warm during the winter. A lot of areas that we notice that they come from would be like Blue Mountain, Cottonwood, Talana, Rough Rock, and those areas. And as well as we have perennial streams, which allow us to have our Tejit where we do have a lot of, again, people from other areas coming to take water back to their livestock to continue their daily life. And we have wonderful mountain areas where people do offerings within the Saley, Wheatfield, and Black Rock communities. So that's the background of it. But also another huge point is during this COVID-19, we lost a lot of our elders, some of our coffees and people that knew these medicinal medicines and herbs. And it's been very hard for our community. And we're thankful that we're able to convey our concerns to you all within the RDC today. And we hope that you're able to listen to the concerns from our community members as well as Williams later. I'm getting emotional here, I'm sorry, it's just I'm thinking about our community and how we all, where we come from, very deep in our hearts because of the stories we're told, the people that we've been around, coffee, and all the places we hold dear to us because all of the entire Navajo Nation, we have sacred places that have ways of healing people, that have ways of bringing us together. And so thank you for coming.
Thank you, President Begay. I know we have 40 minutes, so I want to be respectful of that. But you've heard this is a very traditional community or set of communities that make up this chapter. And you know, I come from a family around Arpa. I appreciate how people are intimately connected and try to live with one another and not exploited for gain or personal use cases. And to that point, I want to highlight a few items that are of note to RDC because of your subject matter jurisdiction. And then I will move into the items that are on the one pager that are more specifically related to forestry. So very briefly, under the CARES Act, the council appropriated funding, and there was some electrification and water service line improvement projects that were able to take place in the community. Additionally, there were cistern projects. There are only a few that we were able to accomplish across the whole nation and one of them was here in Black Rock. So, the council has had an impact here, and I applaud and thank you for your support of those projects and endeavors over the past year or so of the pandemic. As mentioned before, we have a St. Wheatfield's agricultural revitalization project, and it is an alternative model, I would say, to directly allocating funding to the Division of Natural Resources to stand up these projects. Now, in Telecom district, in many farms, there's an ag revitalization project. Along the Northern Agency, there's a project there. Those are being administered by the navigation government exclusively. This was an alternative model that Delegate Wilson McGay, the Honorable Wilson McGay, had worked out with the Water Users Association to provide them funding. And while we're having some issues, I think that this is an important item to see how can we empower local communities and not have everything run through Internet or run through the agency offices. And there are certainly growing pains in that process, but I don't want that to be distracting some of the main points today. I just ask that we continue to support our farm board and the Water Users Association in hammering out the details of the Department of Justice. There's one remaining, it's a big drawdown that needs to take place when you're finalizing the grant agreement. If there's any way that you can help move that along with the Trust Fund Committee, we very much appreciate that. Now, we also have, I think Mr. Chief could speak to this with a lot more specificity. There are a few R&Ds here. There is, I think, a higher level of sophistication when it comes to natural resources management and tying into animal agriculture. Recognition of the watersheds, planning, grazing deferment, et cetera, fencing themselves with pastures. I just see kind of higher level of sophistication management here within this chapter, even, and that's not to knock the other parts of District 11, but that to me, I think demonstrates that there's a very invested, almost like intergenerational aspect to continuing our traditional livelihoods. And to that point, I want to move into the forestry concerns. So I requested that the committee come here because this community is unique in its stewardship and its tie into what is the Navajo commercial forest. And Delegate Wilson Stewart, and I think some other delegates who say on the other side of the justice, they are aware of concerns when it comes to woodholders. Everyone here recognizes that these are the Navajo people's resources that were given to us by the DND. But we also have a level of courtesy and common respect that should be afforded to everyone, particularly to those who have maintained these resources for generations and whose families live along them. And I'm talking about our forest lands. So in here, you see some of these items, and our communities are disproportionately impacted because we house most of the forest resource. And unfortunately, there are individuals who come in, they cut fences, they change the oil and spill oil. Sadly, there are those who take wood cutting should be a relatively sacred act and turn it into a binge drinking opportunity with spray cans and trash. They create new roads. And, for individuals, families, clans that are trying to maintain control of the area in a way that leaves it better for the next generation, that is deeply harmful on a spiritual level, in addition to just the street material level, that, oh, I have to go fix a fence that nobody should have done. Or, there's now debris everywhere, and I'm not the cause of it, my family is the cause of it, my community is the cause of it, and someone else came in and disrespected this area. So we convened with the Navajo Forestry Department on January 19th, and it was, I think, a really good conversation, and a lot of this is coming from the community of Black Rock.
hope you can attend quickly, we can go drive out there later, but I know you're busy. And it's emblematic though of a lot of concerns from across the chapter, but also it's in Bukajukai, and I'm sure Delegate Stewart honestly confronts a lot of this as well. In that meeting, I'd say that the first thing that Forestry identified is how little or how under-resourced they are. And I really would like the committee to convene with them to consider an unmet needs budget. I don't think it needs to be a crazy amount to have a really big impact across the nation. I think they only have 2 enforcement officers to cover what is 600,000 acres between Chesapeake and Sun. And if you consider the permits that are issued, that's just not enough to properly enforce the wood hauling regulations that exist. Now, the regulations are good, but the issuing of the permits, there isn't a lot of stipulations or conditions, and really comes down to the education. I think we need to have more or require more education for wood haulers before they receive a permit. And it would be very beneficial so that they know, okay, yes, this is Navajo trust land. This is not private property. A lot of people like to waive that and say, okay, well, you don't own this land. I'm allowed to go and take this wood. I'm allowed to go, walk around here, drive around here, whatever. But you still have to be a decent human being. And you need to respect the regulations that do exist. The department walked through how they sort of have an escalation of penalties when they establish that someone has violated, X regulation. I think that needs to be more clearly identified as a deterrent. And so you see that as one of our recommendations. Another, say, pilot project that I'd like the committee to consider is empowering local communities to limit harvesting in particular areas. So, on the advice and coordination, say, of a particular area of a community or a community within a chapter, working with forestry, say, hey, look, we keep having either repeat issues with haulers, or we think it's getting thinned out too much, or people just keep cutting trees. There's the whole suite of issues why you may want to limit harvesting in a particular area. That is something I really would like the committee to consider. And if you do convene with the forestry department in a work session setting and talk to them on your own time, that's something I'd like for you to keep in your mind. And the community here, they're stewards, right? They're invested, they're not trying to pass this on to someone else, even though in theory it's the government's responsibility for these enforcement. We can have community monitoring, and that is something that I would like the committee to consider as well. If you convene with the forestry department, how can we enact some sort of community monitoring? So it's not that individuals are confronting people, but maybe there's a formalized process for reporting in a way that isn't available now. And I think expanding the number of enforcement officers really increase that opportunity. We'll move on to item 2 of the Forestry Concerns. Legislation RCJY 14292 prohibits the approval of on-site leases within the Navajo community. And that is a big impact on citizens of this chapter and also the forest lands are, how to say it? I think there needs to be a careful balance between respecting families that have lived here for generations or forever, and recognizing that if we have unlimited home site leases within the commercial forest, then we're not going to really be able to manage it in a comprehensive way that provides reseeding, does all the things that we need to have a healthy forest that will last for generations and generations, and that belongs to the Navajo people as a gift, not as something that is one person's individual right. I don't have the perfect solution for you right now. But at the very least, families that are not drastically expanding the footprint, families that are remodeling a home that did not have or tearing down the building, new home in the same place, those should be permitted to have home site leases by home. And there are, I'd say, an informal process right now through which the chapters could recommend a waiver of this law and RDC, and RDC would approve a waiver of it. But I think that the committee needs to revisit this, because while I'm identifying a process for you right now, it's still in a gray area. And that was shared with us from the Forestry Department. They said, we have a forest management plan. The law says that there be no home site leases until there's a forest management plan. It was, I think, completed and implemented in 2005, but I think it maybe lasts for 10 years or something like that. BIA still recognizes it. So that's why we're asking for, a full legal opinion from the Department of Justice and the Office of Legislative Counsel. I think that will go a long way to giving you that sort of clarity and recommendations on how to proceed forward in honing down and fixing these issues, or doing the best we can to make lives better for our people. Now, I'm going to move on. Canyon to Shea. Legislation RCS 5185 established a buffer zone of a half mile around the perimeter of Canyon to Shea. As we know, it's a national monument. It's been administered by the National Park Service, and this is a moratorium for development, and that would include the issuance of home site leases. As you know, you need a lease, you get the hookup to MTA, et cetera, et cetera. So my request to you is to reconvene with the Park Service. And in the last administration, they were working on a strategic agreement between Navajo Nation, BIA, and the Park Service. And I think it was Ms. Becker, the previous division director, who was really spearheading this. And it sounds like nothing has happened since the previous administration. In my conversations with the superintendent for this area. Hubble, Navajo National Monument, Canyon to Shea, and another one I'm forgetting, are all under one superintendent park management unit. So our ask is to reconvene with the superintendent. And we have community members here today who deal with the forest issues from a perspective, who deal with the home site lease issues, and then they deal with the inability to get running water or repair their homes officially and receive a home site lease officially to recognize where they live forever. This is where their families live. They have a home up at the top of the canyon rim. Maybe they have farmland and orchards down in the canyon. That's how you've always lived. And we should respect that traditional lifestyle and make sure that it's respected within our laws. It doesn't have to be a dramatic increase and we're going to build, mansions and hotels along the river canyon. This is about a modest lifestyle, people living way out there who just want to receive the same utilities and access to opportunity that those like myself who are lucky enough to live along the side of the road can receive. Now, we have a project going down to Black Rock, we're going over in Ram Pasture, as not much knows. These are going to be funded by IHS. I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to receive that water when it comes through. And it'd be a real tragedy if, the lack of the home site lease prevents people from getting utilities to help them live and pass on the home to their children and grandchildren. So that's Canyon to Shea. The last one is carbon credits. And I think we received a brief update from the Forestry Department at the last meeting, talking about where things were going. I would say due to a lack of communication just since maybe 2018, 2017, on where we're at in the process, people have questions. Now, the big issue with forestry, right, is that they are underfunded. And because we don't have commercial logging, that was the primary vehicle, the funder for that department. So in our heyday, they had a lot of enforcement, they had a lot of resources to provide that sort of enforcement. We just don't have that. We have declining revenues, and we need to figure out a way to better resource our government. I see carbon credits as an opportunity to do reseeding, do forest management, and then perform enforcement to support, you know, a courteous and safe community. So I think there's a balance there, but Chairman Nez, I know you were sponsoring legislation. I think it would go a long way to have, you know, a listening tour or something with the communities along the mountain, or convene to that college or somewhere to establish what the theory is, remind people what this whole thing is. I can explain it, but who's our certified Navajo court interpreter? It's you, Shannon. So I think you could do a great job of explaining where we're at and what the benefits will be. Some of the things that I would like you to consider as this moves forward is, you know, doing house manufacturing using our own resources, cross-laminated timber panels. There's a whole suite of things that we could do using our own resources to build ourselves up and lower the cost.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for your presentation. Honorable members of RDC, I would like to request 5 minutes for Honorable Slater. Thank you. Honorable Slater, you have 5 more minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. I was actually just about to wrap up, but in closing, you know, what makes this different than, say, any other community that could bring grazing issues, that could bring, say, issues with division and community development, et cetera, is that we do have forest lands here, and we do have a national park right here. And I believe that requires your unique attention. And I've tried to provide you the details in a simplified manner to make some steps on behalf of our communities and our citizens so that we can pass something on to the next generation. My grandma's over here. They say, right, you didn't choose to live out there. There's a lot of people that live to choose to go east, up into the mountains. You know, it's a hard life. There's their ancestors, there's their parents, there's their grandparents who chose to live there. And for those of us who really care about carrying on tradition, I think it's important for the government to recognize tradition. So again, thank you very much for coming here. And don't worry, it's not just salad, you'll get some stew.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for your report. Kudo from Saley chapter. So, yeah, honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Flynn. Okay, and we're open for discussion on this report. None. Honorable Stewart.
Chairman, Moderation, I as chairman of the course of market. So staff, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. I can have a report. Though that was began of I should live in the big, but the agency is all our program is all. Can have any corner. This is not a single over the same place by again, but not without the other beneath on the by a day here. Kokodogi a unnamed chief Vice Chair Slater, a forest lands and again. A young agent was the own agent, not all the only at the legend there, the one that got corner in the east and get that. The each corner, the green ones, the live ones again, I don't get that fencing line, the casual corner, the vegetable do ye the hidden look on a be the for sawmill looking in white clay area. With the help of the basic we put a 1 year hold off on them doing that. But they we have the go out onto the main road where the fence lines we had them cut into the slope. Under the fence we had them put boulders right there, and that would help for 1 year. But they made new roads into those areas. So there is the concerns in those areas. This goes back to what we talked about the other day, Flagstaff. So at Flagstaff at one areas with the concerns regarding the endangered species of the Hikita and the way people are requesting for homes, but yet are told no. But yet there's no enforcement as far as people going out there to gather wood and to harvest wood. There are penalties within even now getting oak wood. It's really hard to come by and to use as well. And even the ones that haul wood, they say that they can't get any because there's none out there. And if they do, they'll get cited. And they don't care. They continue to do wrong by the community members and by the ranchers and the farmers out there in those areas. And then, I believe through Sawmill chapter, and they did a resolution just within this past year. The grazing official from there, he forwarded a resolution to BIA and to DOJ to get, after the chapter passed, to request that DOJ look into enforce them because they want to increase the penalties as well for violators that are going to be out there messing up the community. And so that one, and I don't believe they have gotten feedback on that one. But that's one thing that we're doing on that side. But like I said, we did work with BIA in those areas. In those areas, white clay, the forest areas we do have community members in those areas as well that want to live in the forest area. We're being told that we have to get approval from RDC to grant approval for those areas. I not survey about I not archaeological clearance about and they're just waiting for those legislations to go through. I have like 5 or 6 of those legislations coming forth that we're still waiting for as well, and for individuals in that area. That's an area that I also am very familiar with how the Asian a kid had I do know that there are the dual homes up on top and in the canyon as well, and so I do look at those areas as well and doing preserving those areas and working within the laws of what needs to be done, also giving some new assistance to them instead of having them continue to live in those areas like that. We went across this as well like the valley, and those community members that live out that way continue to grow and their families grow. And at this time, she mentioned regarding whether be careful. I stopped and their families to maintain a livelihood. In my conversation. conversation with mom, because she participates in our meetings. Our mom and I are driving, and she says, NHA on that huge one. She says, look at all these homes that are just being abandoned. She says, and then on the other side, you have people saying, you know, that our children are going in a different direction. And she said, it's all because of NHA homes. Is that people were to at least get a good home or have NHA continue its home for them to improve through NTOA, the systems and whatnot. Even to get them by, then these families would have a stability. The children and grandchildren then continue the culture, the language, the family foundation that their parents were brought up. But again, you know, these are just things that, you know, that we talk about as we travel down the road together. And, you know, sometimes she expresses that with you all too, my brothers, my uncle, you know, she expresses her thoughts with us, you know, at times during the meetings. Again, these are just my comments on Shanawa. I do approve of the report. Yeah, I think my brother, you know, bringing this in the community, for bringing this to our attention again as well. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the call, sir? Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Okay, I would like to request to speak. So we're going to have a pro tem chair here today. Honorable Stewart, could you be the pro tem chair and recognize me to speak?
Okay, since I'm being pro tem chair, I recognize you to speak.
I don't hear another Honorable Slater. Wheatfields, Taylor, Black Mesa, Black Rock, or Diego, Koroshi, Nakwi, National Sagi, Go Arena, South Gizigi, Lago Corona, Beshman Sana, Benefit now, Tigi, Qui, Kelnot, Enegate, all around Journal, and it has other. Journal got taste on Shenda, the Ocean, but out and the bench, then she can buy it. By Kidneys and San Juan River. A core, the corrosion of the Ziki, a decont, choosing day, get out, choosing days, anything a wagon in its how. Or she to say that had let out, should have a cutter, sa Hugo, she does not come. A chain that had Laviana cut out and take a day gash. I don't teach us not on this. Today, Gesh, a Kodihut in Hasmeto, a Digishi, Sakaraba distant leader late. A call, Ne, did the Koro, Shanantan, Senegi RDC, Dishi, but has a deep late work session with the Navajo Nation Forestry has Arja, Mr. Alexis Vicente. I see that Forestry Department is on the call today with us, so. Mr. Tahi, if you would add that to the agenda for the next meeting, we could have a work session with forestry and invite all perhaps the chapters that surround the forest area. The Tottenham's London, it is as the big art and nation, but spehos and the east of the Kala Lango and Tiki a Hati Chisney Gehota Tito Kaleta Behasani, that's a shadow link. A Kodota Tita no Leso and the Decode is Goshi Adashi, Nasakeda Hatina Hatashi, Bohanas Nelgi Homestead, Sashit Ato Tobashi. In Sento Dorson, Kishmakiadas, Tigi, Kabesha, Bahas Lake, Panina, a Quaggy Bahon, and Sedley, George Egoin, Hitlas Nato, Dishi, what I take a base, she had a leader of land department there, or Mr. Alona's on the call with us too, so she may need, Department of Justice, then she, but let's not need leader of Die hot out on, niet hot ero, dat we die niet toch gelijk aan, die hot out ego, na has agro, sahan na has agro, de na to chobert ja iets zet, dat zijn dat ja iets zet. Nee, de nationale aanzien, het is niet ook corona best maar has aanzien. Deze ado corona gaat aan. Deze meston hayan kita shit is not a dan hit nen hito best maar has aan nee, dan ik het nebbij Ako kia kost ne arbeidsen of tsaige do queen hit kono funny ashi need hit is a geleid team hinan gaan gaigi resources development die best pas aan met sanat ne begin gaien ieder shinos ashi goed ego shin koroshi pas niet leader this work session as sakte at en de sahachis ikot habe chat het do die behels aan het al niet door wat het al niet door wat al niet voor de niet ik zie als baby's gedaan met die forest department land department like it zoals als de department of justice statement a koshi hot egishi kron hebesh mahasan bespahosen niet door dit partners en egishi het bahosen Ada di kan mal source dat they not jahid a sheet do his behos and on it. Ako di home site lisigi ani na hot igishi be ni tido ko. Ada corruption ali ha jige Kenyan di shay has aja di corona wage and leave it khaki. Di kujisa vetan hadid RCS if ne ashlatina asada ostro ada tsebetina ashla. Di kwaki ye Nahana the buffer zone, yeah, did the canyon, the kid, Debako, Kido, but Argent. Ado Asatsan Satana, a nature, a one such a hotel, a hadi, Kansa, Washin, Deba, Nabagandiki, to Hot, it a name the Asian art and the North, is a copacity, play cheese, the Argent. So this would be a separate work session with the Department of Justice, Division of Natural Resources, our Legislative Council, and Superintendent, Ms. Carranza. DDG internal moratorium. Khait ashi tahis onaki e kujon no iso ket or taskotashi akote kuigishin akia dil ajo Washington beskadet egebes ani. I don't let the re-establishing the strategic agreement. Great ego shindi na vela na tabe but at undelegate Navajo Nation do Park Service do Bureau of Indian Affairs do chiki ea ta join the non is negotiate do asak pe sati trade. I don't tend later on hebesh bahasa anushin do Eugene so she do all tado le father can you share the chat na on I think in that the area so Nina Leniki Ako ere horat egishin hat haki agise it nego she bail chada deeds do ador niki ego ado kut ego ebe ego les ado tagona number 3 carbon credits nela disa betana hadi shahada liam nas pastona kidonas pastot bido ostona kido asa legislation 0208-21 Eshi de korot khanas na klinike joido khabet of lesen khabet or ne de etake koro shanantaya hatsi honorable Slater kuida hasho tniki as de bench change or gehed up and yachat eniki forest carbon credits no akoti hot behs ani e nave kochbo archiko ton tkes da hadegini ocean big aki kaya nes ko sa California bodga ara behs ani e la go anela de hot ata onni shiki de ishi setay setal patsaras khadoya da tito ishi basta as khodi ya big your beta yasniki behs ani khodlane benina ha khajo egisneyo kochiko ha achiko egisneyo lebenina ada de carbon niligi hushnek gas Of course, sequestration had nego 80 and evidence has a gay. What's there got did is it as I gave a truck on a bay flag stack or did another kaya. If I get a got is one no decon. I could do other evidence has a gay dot is going that jump. Is idiot I is the day. A coist had the days of joy gas sequestration. According to here she would sarge it up in California. There's any like a nickel, then needs arguments has all hard as she the day. Jackie, I did the chair so sad of it all me. According Navajo Nation, every chair so sad of this. All ten in Navajo Nation, ever has any need or this. And the kid has any years of as a case out. There's no I just said that and I shot the year. So was sleep best or theater revenue generate as a kid of the year. Best or you have nothing death or less than the year. I would end the theater side better than I did. I guess start net source. I would have snake or shelling of source within me. Navigate the best ones and you not jacket shelling of source. The Forestry Department has 100 chapters done in the Liki. It's not a get over park with the Christian chapters, Tanas Nella, but Vanin with the Liki, the spare horse and dog, but not one nickel and the A, deep as chart or later quite another weekend or gestalt or ye yet or Nesta Panega. As John his parents and all this, then he get Halate Elenos and she bought a Schutman lots and notion. The house after the joints and go by Yahoo Lesa. Ebony 90 are large adult there before it's approved. Quid the nation then of Senegate it is the Akido, qui has Anakishi, Mrs. Nahan or less. How should he public hearing or the after forestry there? A court area hundreds away, corrosion and I had taken not they and they don't get spells and all that dog because yes, like a should not sending it so here. What up? The men and I tell Hanad the store Nahaya corrosion on slavery. They would one negation in our nation, but the other on his way from highest Kikoes and Hila. John Lebanon and Chekoreshati, Grady, Koyat, she did again for this bishop in the Yahila. So, but Chiada Sagan for Kevins, and I see here, the Kanashi that these are not attended. I did. So, I can't do a cat about me, didn't and Fanats, a lot of young Fayashkin, lot of Chahot, Sunday, Lagovan on the street. I don't corrosion one chagaben passionate on the door here. So Honorable Stewart, corrosion nationally.
Honorable Chairman, thank you. Nazi RDC committee members of the meeting.
Several areas behind thinking. First of all, the harmony recipe lesson. Don't think I like this. Everywhere we go, sometimes you have different type of menu and capture your attention of the ingredients. Anyway, I wish that each of these areas would have been a different topic of discussion. Aside about Sito, Nakiyanasi, the large Kotoya Hatsiki wood hauling, the Nikki Chisnaki. I admit that I don't quit but age tragic quite I couldn't person to you the balance not say could not assist to but I do actually I business because the Dana or 2 weeks ago that she again later that just needed that I leader. Last year I did bench house. There was a presentation by Forestry during the budget for what policy says that Navajo people are prohibited from hauling woods in certain area of our identity. Hagilan has anti AD or Daki a Hash and High Ishan of what say 18 need quit sheep. Maybe at the next the meeting with the forestry, maybe have them provide the resource development committee, because any open land the key a con a the nature a bonnet a cocoa lady college and lead that lay before you start going up the hill, go down that Joe Quacket that there's done national quite one time nationally. Adostown, what you had it that the in a cocoa. I should need the or that I jackie. The king ego that Niki of Tehiki Ashini it is a coco Jokodoshla Ashia Yastiki Halit Ajo Benan that door forces indicate I see. Then the other thing too is permit Niki Honanat. That's the other thing, that there needs to be a control on each chapter or in permit key each of that gives they think that they're okay to get the woods anywhere else. So Joe Quacky Gishi does it, but there needs to be proper way and he's saying that this permit the key is for only this area Quacky or something what for that. But the permit the key was Naki just like resell all that not coming out of side I see up a budget like a cocoa a quacky kishing that's but she does it don't they a cocoa I need it only costs us $2 to haul wood. A cocoa sometimes, like for example, like going to Wind Rock, which you know that the port of entry here, quite you should that yogi, and I'm not sure how down she should so I bought some wood from there. Then like quitting Hasney, cocoa joke that Aki the going back, could just Aniki dog what Aki or now the Nebet now, you could just not a hito, it's all such a shit, young, the hito, it's all the business, the Hune, a coela hit our RGT, but it's net of this, the quacky has argued. A cocoa, the silly art, I see, or Hashim's hot, what that don't need go. the net that I see both Kazaki Nani English to the lands. That's a Sahaki steed. A coco, the Senate dig at Grande, look at you, then do they connect on the crystal one. The lady came down in that to code or senastin now lay to hatch it out, says Nahaki quacky, like a narrow. A coates Nahaki ha, aid out up on it, where it's allowable to how goods a quacky. A cocoa, a shoe dance, as all the nep public happy ya cocoa bonnets. A cocoa joint ada. I don't do the other thing too is you chill just like all the name based on not the Kishina hot not a co H the cotton lego. I'm not sure a codot eight Airbus teen art natural oh huge you're not asking a co eight no codot that's an ask oh the stock to nothing those Joe the key the constant individual that's constantly hauling wood the key being not based on knowledge in the key connect you get to aid that I don't this or that door not the zone that I see how much need to get to chill in the key acquire kishi that's Georgia Babansa Kisto see Kisto little sense a call ishi baby nachical lahit a dig at Laho dig at the whole door trash a coya da ye hiki a lahit a joba iliad on this door babacquiad on this a call ishi a could shinko then a cado say liquid chapter in the kishi John Kishi I need a hit this ato now codo sweet zeta that agito I get or diet codo in the Dahana keep actually need hit this Jaship and I codo which was unlimited codo shishna ash a codo what and he didn't need a coco ebena traditional item lady quick ship city forestry in the department to ABR 8 at in the quiz of like a coco dick at the thousand or drink it out to dick a drought and the that don't quite to be case that attending of the forestry has not done lego the bayada ticket lego a coco that age that stop or sato that then didn't give it which will eat on the game to aid the killer if it are a quite but also that's only yeah. To papi pa hot to isiki unlocked up in chayos in the key take. I don't stop Kodor need part we see traditional that the ko aid the literature is an elna dog kojot so there's an elna with the shin to the bahasane church not out it ko that agent that canal that one they are the deed are quite in the dog is joke that ego like yen not that to yeah that is that deed out that next in the cut the get that not the conco you quite in the that get that the senior brothers and then a conco what a hacky Ashi the nan linki papan si his alla a Hajoy English a o doshin ayu a yest hit a don a coco halet all the again goes back to the public Nido to the program. How are they out here enforcing it is one area, and how they're informing the public about this, and how they're training or even the chapter. Which are need Okodo, then based on other then Jojo Quacky and I mean, anybody and everybody can get a hauling permit. Coco Journal Ranger deduction, not that that's we know that the enforcement key we get only, I think the last one that we've heard within this 2022 budget, in only Western and Central Youth yet. We thought need dash but the whole year enforcers indicate because they had to cover the whole area of Western Agency and the whole area of the Central Agency. Did you say the forestry are on the line now? If not, these are the areas that I believe we really need to identify where are, I guess, the public land in the area of all these communities, especially Crystal, the boundaries with Crystal, right, with Saley Wheatfield. Dark and London Lake, could you go a Arja, Liberan Pasture has Arja, a major uniform store, a rich and you could next door, look at you. Kohoda, everything only, though, all the edicts like chapters or these are permits they need. I mean, I don't think being told that these are the only areas but again, like I said, I did get an email. I'm trying to look for it, the email. And then I'll share it with you of their response. They told me because it knew where are the areas that these are public land, you don't need them. So I would ask the question, it's actually a cocoa, I'll show you quite a shaman send kiss. A cocoa. A quack brother RDC member. Issue that and is that the non delegate show about the least quack which is not gay. Then the other one, the forestry, I mean, the home site lease had get on that's another area. And not just the creep in my 5 area. You know, a lot of them are being told that they need the home site lease. I think I'll question the moratorium of the Canyon Shade area. Then they get on the I say again, this is similar to the Chaco Canyon that we're dealing with. Aji but Lagana, the development. They I see the net up one AECK Kodo baby one dot Ashley don't know what she that I see on the Kachin, the Nassau Chiki, the Shiko, another kettle, so cat at the Shika Bada, she Aja one dot Ashley, she was down Niki, she had all the A quack, which had changed in the yard of this only Aja deep. I don't want to get carbon credit again. I shy about maybe really make a comment on it publicly at the moment, but nonetheless, we know that there's a lot of development of any natural resource. We always have some opposition. So I think there needs to be a thorough discussion on this, but more of a public input on this particular carbon credit. And to give some, I believe a carbon credit doesn't really need any major disturbance of an earth. Okay, and then again, carbon credit. So I would add the chairman, so pro-temp chair, yeah, I sure like to have a sit back down with the forestry and then the home site these issues within the Canyon Shade area or the forestry area. So challenge.
And then I always thought that saying was just not wait till man's harvest through his stomach dry. You ask for the recipe first, not over here. On this national, I like to tease my nose a lot. So without a how do I say Z, Jimmy Yellow Hair, not the best after listener. You're online.
Okay, yate protect RTC chair shares and anigi Aro Kodo Resource Development Committee. Yeah.
We're trying to put the mic to the speaker.
Fashion Kroshadno Anidi Ani Payaki Kurochis Nini Chisna Eta Negi. Generate the Chibagade. I couldn't snarl when they touch you on Yegon. Yeah, no hot did I ask television. I think a year ago, key hours. Chizida, the is the fresh juniper trees that I eat. I sit up a house. The hardly. It has only at night. Oh, I is a question is bias. There's a problem I have up there is that there's no ranger here. Ranger can just think about it. I can't not in dark ranger. We need one up there to at least drive up there, check around. A credit in Sabi. Oh, yeah, sure. As it's in that head of the center, is a good all each day and all in what the Dutch age. Touchy or yeah, quite put it in, so you cannot put it in again. It's not a bus to the cat, think we. It's not quite ill, as I got at all his cars and all this. See when the range out there. They don't have on so kids or they. She made a very silly heart, the Arnold Witness chairman. Bandit is no, of course, she ain't that daughter. Could all. Well, whatever has seen all this, so thank you, Honorable Stewards, to the I don't care, an equate meeting on the regular meeting. I went to slide all this. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, Shannon and Jimmy and Catherine, DJ Hazy, Yash and Nana, not the national.
Park superintendent is actually on the line. And so if you want to recognize her, just say, oh, we'll schedule something with you later. And then she's on the line. Yeah, she.
Pro Temp Chair, this is Daniel. Can you hear me?
Delegate Daniels, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kudo. Delegate Stewart, Kudo. Thank you for Kudo Pro Temp and Delia Kudo. Janone Kudo. Ado Kudo na great Shitaya Kudo, Flash Kent Kudo, the Delegate Slater Kudo, Kudo for bringing this up Kudo the great wood hauling that egg in the great wood cutting. Throughout the Navajo Nation, we have woodlands. Okay, look at the clay area, Choshka area, and the Black Mesa, and the Quijoston on the Western Agencies area. Just that Central, out Ecuador, not on area, Shanto, Tall Mountain area, the Black Mesa. I yelled Sadatra. Ecuador, Julian has Ecuador that should shake that delegate key Olympic so that I need ego yan hasne and then only that you give that yan hasne should share I wouldn't know sorry as shot the husky of that but kodo na gaita aye ko ani na hoti kodo, especially right now on the gaita. When we had that cold body anti was that so burning of firewood was a kind of less than but kodo na gaita ever since the coal mine shut down. Seems like every day now people are going out to these forest areas, I don't know, woodland areas to get firewood. So every day today, so I need we really need to have a work session on this with our Navajo Nation Forestry. Yeah, when you go to these areas, delegate yellow hair, and fresh junipers, fresh pinyon trees. They eat so they're leaving their trash. So it's they or the you da lead the taco. I don't know in my region like Ojeto, Kiyenta, Utah chapters, Delegate Charlene Philbert area, region, and a chapter Mexican water. They get their firewood from Bear Ears, that's Jaja. They Cedar Mesa, the Hashneko. I still add in people are leaving their trash behind us. The national monument, they don't see don't have a nation shown. So the other day I was out there. I seen a big flat screen TV that got that trash out there. They're leaving their trash behind. I see a Craigie na hot cool. I don't know the forestry service, forestry as the in Michigan, so the permits that it would wholly permit that Asian at that time. So generally, make it a house neck with all out of the carbon credit. So it's say my brother could that chairman Nez as a legislation Bahatali, don't know as Michigan. I see vacation the deal Nana. Idiot old street without protest to the other. No, Nana, yeah, thank you very much.
Hello, this is Eugene So.
Yeah, Nana, thank you. I apologize for that. Got to unmute here. So I guess thank you very much for being the pro tem chair here. At this time, I'd like to give some time back over to Honorable Slater so he can respond to some of the comments that were made. And thereafter, we'll give some time over to Superintendent Len Carranza. So at this time, Honorable Slater, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think I support all the recommendations that have come forward thus far and really would entreat the committee to move forward on, work session with forestry. Re-engaging at the community level will be really great with respect to carbon credits. I think the big concern when it comes to the carbon credits aspect is the forestry management and potentially losing access to certain areas. So, there's a lot to be said on that particular program, but I think ultimately, if it's crafted with community involvement, then you're gonna have a really strong program that will only enhance the longevity of our forests and the quality of the forest land. So with that said, I don't have much more really to add. I'm just incredibly appreciative to the committee for convening here, listening to us, and if you follow through, then I will provide the recipe for it. I'm just kidding. But it was looking at the time, can you come up here? I just, the canyon is very sacred, important, and I think she just wants to share a couple of closing thoughts on this aspect. And I come from a family of Jonjo practitioners, and it's just something that's very important to me. I wish I could articulate it in different language the way you all can, but I hope she'll be able to express it.
To a ani a patashni ashina took at the thousand Padeshi Modestan Padeshi Bilagana yet Anahas Kanshi Fatadesta to a ani not on now we need Nahalen Adwashingstein not so Satadia. A conhit the nanny clinic. Say it the Hiranigi, say it the Hohan Sanigi, the Babylons, the Lahagi, Ado Kea, the Natanda, to the Lesana, the dead Sota. The Holon, oh, Hayuba, Bahujon, Kewiti. I put at the shop, a Kumasaneta. And can jabe a kung ade Hashins Hajisho ade and he ran a call on lady Kodishne Shamaha Shamasanye and Nene are 8 Nichon ya had ne 8 are 8 up at one hit the shot not so Ashon Hashins the national source habitation board. So I see 1,000 and the national. Ola ayone, so just best than Hanan. Kishi as they that so put out that the India Portland basic not that took at how you need and problems with the Nenegi, Nihihat Epi Nahalen. Akoto Yashun, the Halet on hit the net and keep it evening to unhit to it were the cause of those problems and issues. Ako, Lady Peggy, say the Nenegi can be shaped. So open Nenegi Eda. This is our church. This is our school. This is our university. Only Todan Lingi Nichendas, the Hodonagi need Hagido no Sanch Mabdi, Ayala Basina. So the largest of that has Twido Sani, Ajib et Hosam, Hashine Argent Yesantin. A benefit is done in the please. A quarter aimed at the show. The needs, Bada Ashif and Heskeso. Park Ranger and Snow Hashins and Hashish Argent. Ado ako dito klapsi bit nenigi at kanslong hasin tanasi. Ako ado inta bikiti ado inte tash istani gida. At ito pangandi to nasa sa pagang jagada at then ado pizza. Dising to kuti nila kanang na wet to ta to ni. Aita yan preserve and protect natural and cultural resource. Deep Lagana ki hashing to wiki itanigi kedilla akot aban says kes. Ako had egg the ahnisha hajosh has adole njonoko boltzilo she kotel kill she tosa kang nasona nashta ebtawdi nisha. Ako ayena overkada that's ebinina big at problems bihi kai. Ebinina chiz di kung uporni ani zingit up. Ilne that's penina nihet hine do bad husband. Oyush kaya hichon. The Nejiban is Nahasne or that's a but needs show the Din Hostan Mat. Which appetizen, which had it been nudging, is nudging. A co in the Dutch Josh in there. Then, Niji and that then held isn't the Yan House and all that. Odo thousand and Helen. A co should be all day tidy date now, Shaki put up. Shina has Twido Sun Yada, it are any bank for this. Ako part service of 1,000. Ita di hadis nade the quid she put on nasta atati toksani dan leniki la pastan bidini atidado bejo do bigeta do bakata traditional belief that she ebaka Kenyan resident don't ebaka ehi olya ako hajo no Sani those three shots no yagi. I had edition in Tago to Carl Slater by Nessie Kunza de put on his sauce. Need in there are they behind Ziggy, a large and on Hassan Dagi, but Hetanusen. Jonagon Hayat Lakodon, you don't need. Thank you very much for putting out this issue. It means you're listening. You're not just hearing it. You're listening to our concerns and our problems, what we go through. We are shown that a team that has tino ni digest. Adot ifni dot is not digest. Could I take with it? A course, deshni, got abaya is a change shade. Shinada than Shiyaj, Shumasan, Shinada, a shehead now, but Aben get ashchen, Nahayada Kitopenia. Apun so he didn't do that. Consago then has sido do shehead.
Eugene Soul, Rick Nash.
Crochet, you had caught national leg cake on the Tasatagi Vice President, she Pahido, although arts change, nature and laid or late out and I love special. Shama, I say, here, nature and Hainzigi. Sad a hot egg bit bit not on in it, Leniki. Sad the hot zampoliga bit Shishamat and Shijet and Hashin Shia, Shishnation, the Yoshiat. Ne joke by Behenzi, ne yon, ne Behenzi, by Henson. Nature Henzi, the Kron Beshbansan. Jen Heinzigi, Anil Swan hidden Nashama. They would add a higgy corrode tourism they had a hat eho, but the tourism bold country. Nihitcha nihitigen hutsa atanit lepen hisiti nisa. Di ahne hot an hitchi Shanant Seneki Ahota Satnetle Kodi as Twido San Eben and Tinegi seats Akoshiat Nla the Beshmas Ani Hanachat Navikiat Kito Council them. Hota Nantinegi I Sidlana needs Ada ship and Nacha Hajo Nahuit Aro Hajo Ohon Neto Delto Hajo the Nebanat Anidi Tlido Days Ahot Ehisa Ben Hichi at Kiko. Shema I say here Donna Hassandande Ionich what Ashichi Hainzi Gibai Kenson. Kuroshi Vice President Bahido.
Ricky Naz, put it in the queue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Doshin and Darkwe. San Sendi, I sago de be niche had decision and I. She the non specific neho, Bishina, Kagido, Ado da has an in dark Asco, she. Nare Hotstan, dan he chile, ni nalle, dan he shed and long. Barconson Ita Chushata Kago. A Yoshi Kea Yan Tekis net Nastani man. Chin Jonga Yan Tekis and Ita Chinias and Snow. Chiro not Asta. Saturday, a cage in the wall. Had a seed holid, I banan should declare. Drove a clean dots now, Master Ben that day eat down. Laid out Kino calls, Master. Lay hashings of the HG, the skins and the honest was. Send the say your Asha. I don't let see only your ad tonight session. I never was that's the car I did to you on the Williams now, Marcy. Could I choose this in there? I think ya chidel be. Since the let's see, I have been ardent is also in the con with a law. Okay, I get on it cannot the higgy. Kayat I see the job coins and do show wheels and get your entry. وكوديك يعني بكاوي زي خلا زي دال زي ناسكي لقي إن دتا خدخال دالناو إن إيشو تازا نيكوتا وكو زي دال جو إيدي تا إستابور كاون إيدي بهزان دو كسرن يدا سيدا بش وكتاب خيات إيشم صوت إيمان تسكيس كي إيه أشين دا كونشيغو يبه ديسنس يهودا شاوش أكيد
Oh, okay. Dishi ba sati pleti koroba yandi tiki tida a con hisafot again. So I should would add on a slew of other sessions scheduled with Forestry and perhaps resource enforcement can also be there to listen in as well. So I did say that I'm going to give some time to Superintendent Lynn Carranza, and after that, Honorable Eugene. So, Ms. Carranza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman and members of the Resource and Development Committee. I'd like to especially thank Honorable Slater for asking me to be here today. I just wanted to let you know that I am here today. I've been here since this morning, and I'm finding it very interesting to hear some of the comments. I'd just like to let you know that I am ready to continue work that was started when we did the strategic agreement a few years ago. The moratorium, the Navajo Nation moratorium actually states that that moratorium would stay in place until a joint management plan was developed. And so I am committed to working with all of you on that. I think that it's very important. I hear every day in my job the frustration from the community. People come in with everything that happens within Canyon de Chelly. It usually comes to me first, whether we have authority over it or not. One of the big concerns has to do with home site leases, and that came up this morning. And, you know, I have to tell people that I really have no authority over home site leases, agricultural permits. The National Park Service does not oversee that. And why they're frustrated is because they've been to the lands office, they've been to BIA, they've been to Window Rock, and people tell them, oh, that's the park. You need to go talk to the Park Service. And then they come to my office again, they've gone full circle. And so I understand their frustration. I would be frustrated if it were me, for sure. And so I know that the community would like to see things worked out so that it's clear who has authority for what, who is responsible, what are each of the entities' roles and responsibilities, Navajo Nation, BIA, Park Service, the chapters, chapter officials, and the community members as well. What role does everyone play in that stewardship of the land? And I do want to share from the legislation that established Canyon de Chelly. Canyon de Chelly was established in the 30s, and it was established after Tribal Council approved it and requested that the land remain land in trust. And so the actual legislation that established Canyon de Chelly states that nothing herein shall be construed as in any way impairing the right, title, and interest of the Navajo tribe, which they now have and hold to all lands and minerals, including oil and gas, and the surface use of such lands for agricultural, grazing, and other purposes. So that is the right of the Navajo people. It's the right of the Navajo Nation. The Navajo people elect all of you in order to look out for their needs and rights. And so we don't want to infringe on that as the National Park Service. The National Park Service, our attorneys have described our role as being kind of like a utility company has an easement on the land to allow for certain things to happen, like the construction of power lines or water lines. The Navajo or the National Park Service has an easement that allows for some construction of facilities that would serve visitors to the area, tourists to the area. And then we're there to help protect mostly the cultural resources, but also some natural resources. But we really need to do that in conjunction with the Navajo Nation, because all Navajo Nation laws apply at Canyon de Chelly. It is tribal land first. And so I wanted to express that today, that I'm excited that you're talking about this today. I'm excited I know that our new Secretary of the Interior and the new Director of the National Park Service are very interested right now in pursuing co-management, joint management, whatever you would like to call it. And so I think the time is right. The time is right. I did a presentation to this committee in 2015. And at that time, the committee assigned Bitta Becker to work with the National Park Service, which she did. We developed a vision statement and also the strategic agreement that was signed by the Navajo Nation President, Park Service, and Bureau of Indian Affairs. I did share that document with Honorable Slater. And so hopefully he can share that with all of you so that you have a copy of that. And it laid down the foundation for continuing work towards joint management. So with this new committee that's in place now, I look forward to working with you and getting this back on track and moving again. Thank you for having me here today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carranza. I believe we will set up a meeting with the Department of Justice, our Legislative Council, the Park Service, and BIA as well. So thank you very much for that. Let me give some time to Honorable Eugene So at this time. Honorable Eugene So. Going twice.
Oh, yeah, here I am.
Conversation on
Pati saya shehu man kito the kaya panda tenigi shehe ani te kon ani te ben si khanne kena skristan ye dahas kanya batahanne so badadi kha hol just oh hot Aya hacharato ten ande hacharato hui teacher the bahne the hodlong ado to the percentage to a so be hika aya yask the beat the neck on care the hat in is a year go able to share the hans honne Copenhagen de na hoti asi has the queen of hada she watersheds but the in our United States Corps of Engineers, National Resource Conservation Services, USDA, Edad and this card of Hadila, Islao, I watershed, Ehatilia, Edahatos, this, Ezat, what that is, lead on Lake Chetas, region into San Juan, Little Colorado, into the Colorado. Edad, that was not not for in each agency. They all have one. I've got one here. I got two sets right here. But about 2.6 Makashiki million. So Dana next CKP. All comp base or let us know this. On la comp wahan be bahan la comp base of non dean. So I do having meeting with Takesha Tatum, State Conservation in this regards. On the way that or council tell you that I snap at here. Yonan according to the Takesha Charlie patient based on Annie pass on that he just or Yashonda. According I thought of this deep cases also the monitoring don't eat all chores. The president, auto superintendent, Conraza. Sorry, I didn't try to get your name straight here. For ADG, Kate Mills, the Italia, BRA, the Navajo Nation president, the gate, etc. So ko ita be state na state ho na be ju da yi la the president be din ni di ba ka gi shin ta din je ka in la be shi de ha is ba ka shi ni la. There is a section in there I don't know that or stop it in it. So that needs to be revisited, and that's what I was trying to give the resource committee as a resolution. Asian kitchen straight only. Che kon double shilo ato neta. Or ye case and not all not I not kill the targets not just in regards also the home site lease. The whole Kuyak deep bumper zone on 1,000 feet from the canyon rim, many beyond there, or one is now at the Hasada, Navajo Land Department. Lincoln's I on in the 8 bit or your pedet at the Aja, a corbin Navajo and Ada Connet, so by the Norfolk under your kido. Abba Mustang, the mother on the Riga Hall, to Tata, but late orders. 1,000 feet off the rim, what is Nehogo. I didn't miss out, I plainly cannot have. For even Negon and the Kayla, who went later, but you know, has a land department. So this has got a lot of problems with it. So in that needs to be rescinded. Asian Beach, straight all this. Although in regards to this watershed, Shinigi, right now we're going to be meeting with the House of the State Representative again on that regards, and we already met with Keisha the other day, 2 weeks ago, to get this watershed going, and we're going to get the money. Now I know where the money is, so I'm going to go for that money. It's not going to be only the Candy Shade, it's going to be across the Navajo Nation. Every watershed now, this is for the people, the generation there. That's what I'm aiming for. So we can keep the water on the Navajo Nation and rebuild the natural resource across the Navajo Nation for a younger generation. They are now living, and those are not going to be, those are going to be born. Even yet, so it's that's what my aim is right now, and my vision. Canyon and the Navajo Nation are there across a Kotago area, deep Koto area, they banished on Edo by a street or so now I know where the money is, so that's what I'm going to go after. So just to let you know, I want that money on the CKP. It's all for the Navajo Nation to rebuild these natural resources that needs rebuilding. According to the all year, any does not hold out a base of basically but machine scale across the Navajo Nation. A Beshaba on the Sindori. I don't know that they call monitoring usually a Bahashnaki, a doesn't toss on it. I don't think a watershed across the Navajo Nation. Homestead, this each one, and actually, we don't live in circles. So that one is up in Navajo, the government development artists. So we got the Trinity Agency, the Western Agency, the NDG to rescind that homestead lease regulation. And the Easters are now asking for that resolution so they can do the same thing. I don't know, the 750 buffer zone, it'll actually not traffic. It seems to me it conflicts itself because I don't naturally indicate about not in the normal car at the last line of Cragabon to the keys of Hashit. Did the how we've been now 750 years and now asked for Nakeda Hatito, Kitaka, the little than car. It's already got leases and permits on it. Because Hadish not in so and agent that's you really read it. It's been defined so many times by the DOJ, and that's all piled up issues that on the bandit. I would like to be and join you in that on that time. So when state of the ACA got changed, the Schneider they call been the hottest and it's really hard for me to go into the Resource and Development Committee to claim and try to get people's issues and concerns from my area because my chapter has almost all the division within the Navajo Nation government and all the schools and the hospitals, etc. And we want to know where all the money is going, where it is, how it's going to be used from the controller. I would like to listen in on it. And if we're going to discuss the buffer zone, 750, all the council needs to listen to because every one of them has authority on it, the way I see it. and also the home site lease, it also needs every council delegate, they have that authority. So during the time we're going to discuss it, it should be on the navigation committee. So I do want to be included in all areas of natural resource or whatever any other committee is oversighting. Should that from this case as a council delegate from Chimney. With that, thank you.
Kushida, Honorable So, Aro, Ohin, Chiki, Aro, work session, meeting, Ben, yeah. The sheet, a zone of the Kiat or T. A home site, the on the Rdc, the dead, every yard or so, oversight in Hateda, Fada, the wicked eat, Hikoda, Hada, Tegota, Nabakia, Tidabat, or no air, what are a litigation that you speak of which I requested. I would have taken a Codi on its for committees, Nate Leneke, because it again here, because it again here on the Shadel. Could you already see Leneke Ahonit, Ahajabiki, because it again, Koro, Netathon had taken by it open a wheat, I don't navigate up. It's you would have been Jana Street or Shannon, I don't care. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you for this conversation, this discussion. Reporting Senigi chapter officials. Thank you, Honorable Slater. This is a very good discussion, as well as thank you to the Park Service or the superintendent as well. This is a very good discussion. I'm glad that she brought up, co-management potentially. And, this is something we need to put on the agenda with if and when we ever do talk to the Interior Secretary herself. I know we have other issues we need to talk about, but this is very important. And just hearing the discussion and everything that's been presented today is so important, and how much of an impact we could make to the area, the region, and all of our people in that remote area, but also the local area as well. So, Chairman, just a recommendation, Mr. Tahi, maybe for us to put this on our agenda, our to-do list when we do meet with Secretary of Interior, if we ever do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. In that meeting, we also need to invite Fish and Wildlife, Forestry Concerns of endangered species, no? The coalition will talk about when we come and meet on that topic there that Honorable Slater has brought to our attention. So, I don't then go in on any other council questions?
Daniel.
Honorable McKay and then Honorable Daniels.
Another area, I just want to be on record to address to the officials, Silly Quickfield, others again. Took it open to Haziki, to California, the other area that I want to address to the chapter officials, they could go to lie in the 8084 lay with the ram pasture, as far as chapter boundary. Quack it in Joe, but next year that needs indeed I had landed on the Quajet Jota. Better done this lot up, don't let you know by yet. A quack, I mean, this is still have within your area, should lead with that and the kid that and you still to the use, could have stayed that. quite I see hotly. No, down no, I've been meaning to address it to the chapter to get that stop again. Because I know sometimes they show the bus being stuck there. The Quincy bus and then I have to be, I guess, pulled out. The key chapter officials maybe have a meeting with the chapter administration that in many farms. Though working with the NDOT to see how that could be accomplished and working together to get maybe just for media to give maybe somehow get it improved because we really can't say anything about it if the road is within another chapter boundary. It's just a matter of working with the neighboring chapter to get that resolved. So I wanted to bring that up. 84. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Kudo, yeah, Nana. Not Senegi, I don't know Kudo, Shita Kudo, the delegate Slater Kudo. I see Kudo Papa Hitting Clinical. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. Don't Kudo that should not Senegi Kudo, the delegate Slater Kudo, he kid Kudo, but Mexico out of lab by Yes Tico, by Yes in the Tiki, the great firewood harvesting that eggy. So right now, the great dry firewood that dry stain. Okay, nan let at the chegi at hina kako kodo halita atil nesa kodo halita and hit a nebaya eto lesa. So I could have seen now ESP let's moving forward kodo. So I don't know kodo great it's good that he brought this up before RDC kodo great it's not just his area, but other areas as well. We need to really focus on like Black Mesa with a delegate Yellow Hair area. I don't know, should say Key Allen, BK Junior area. I don't know, should region or that ego that or you go to that. So, isn't what I see the bakers and the deal and echo. I don't know, so I quite into the by Yale Tiggy, I don't know, so not oh yeah, that's the Kudo, or you know, the delegate Eugene so Kudo, Nazay, of course, Shanash ego, Edo, Kudo, Edo, Nazay, other delegates, Edo by either the meetings. It's usually posted on the on the website. It's usually posted Kudo. RDC advisory posted nicely Kudo. So it's open to everybody. Kudo all the Navajo Nation Council delegates from Lenigi. You're welcome to join our meeting. Kudo and we have RDC as an oversight. Other question oversight is I don't know final authority. Many do. That and he be same with other committees. Law and Order Committee. When I was on Law and Order Committee last term, so I had to final authorities that had lost Okudo. I see Nikodo, the council be so I see them, but the final authority lies there. Law and Order Health Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, so that I get the host echo. So working closely with colleagues, just like usually what I do is I reach out to Delegate Paul Biquet, out on the Budget and Finance Committee, that I reach out to a representative from Western Doggy, Delegate Daniel Brown, the area of today by night and again I don't know with law and order to the public safety the fire stations the band the has the go by so kagi hot and about it's a law and order buffalo I don't know right his committee though the lago and the has the just like in my area today my Shanto school go in the hot so a his committee them invite and into the to Shanto that delegate public gate of the large echo so that ego is nailed the show so the rate but I don't head up without the rate you're always invited without the rate to these RDC meetings, RDC work sessions, leadership meetings that so I don't either so it is without the rate session at Amasaniki I don't know without I see work session Ilya Bonet Zaro Bonet Zaro let's go down Haldago Bonet Zaro let's go so it is about hospital I don't know quite on the radar I wish I was there quite on the radar today at the sale at court I think that I have can't go for the radar or la non so that did all that the nail rise at joining yagi at home bed baggy or also there has count that is all ship in the snow that you or the smart outlaw the cheat about I think side of really have had I speak can outside it halona dance tweet halona da yo da ya just came there or and it's my sa big or I see by him and chairman Nez and then it I see sad asking that sad but yo but the yo but zeal I see that the never that I just here I see but zeal the area I see by him you see should not on send on sales to hospital at the care not any gig without them it don't all share get in it all and without them also by thank you chair
and Honorable Daniels Nathan I just not state not on it and law is not state respect so quite ocean as khasi chiketona khani chikendo na khani kando ben khoi targeted and something like that other such other be ordinary so it is on this though I'll talk about say kashi khana honorable also as honorable member but that no need khatwa hanat the so should
ayat
so
Advita
okay
Hagoshi yeah I don't the issue that kon Paniati kon Honorable Slater Yahat Zito Kushina not ani Yada Kito adequate de Santo not ani Yahada see do I don't the coin that is Aida not ani Yada the 8 I put out edo ba sana o kahit et Jonathan ala tam chi nako ede ho ba yel tigi akonde benal ego khit ego il chatwalni do khit ego chatdil de do butat someone said ben hilnashne hundishne I heard that earlier. I'm not too sure who was saying that, but it's something that is, to me, it's repetitive. Do di de be na hoti yihit e the quid la bit nilji or bevjet na hoti di de need home site by yat do ni kodoshan and shananga kial and tina yat do She's the Albania no queen the policy I think is something that we really need to have it have a discussion on. And meaning policy is that when are we going to put a hold on some of these resources that are being depleted? Go to the chapter house, you can get a wood permit for personal use for a couple dollars. And for a couple of dollars, our wood use, our natural resources, green trees that you cheese. That's basically what it is. And I think somewhere need to start putting a foot down and putting the rangers the rangers would pull them over to make sure if they have a permit in and so forth, if they're cutting the right type of wood and things like that. So this is where I think that really need to address this to a point where we either halt these things so we can get a grip of it, such as a home site lease issues and so forth. And the policy in Nadia, I'll say that under 23rd Council, I ran with the legislation for the new home site lease policy. And the current policy, but and I think it could go back to that to see how the and I do agree that at some point they just go and sign documents though. I think this they don't look at the feasibilities efforts of a proposed home site. 3-4 miles away from the water line, home site least proposed is, there should be a waiver to say, the Navajo Nation is not going to be responsible to get you water because you choose to live up there. If you live within 1,500 feet of the water line with IHS and NTWA's guideline, a scattered project bed that was it. A proposed like a feasibility study in Kadea or sign Dutch. I don't know. So those are a lot of the issues that are going on, and I think we need to go back and revamp these things because it's affecting every community. I do respect the oversight of RDC. Times issues relating to RDC, I'll talk to Honorable Daniels or Walker, and I hope that the interest of Western is really spoken upon. And you just look at the sliding scale of the TTIP, $14 million. What's going to be spent within this 5-year period of funding. And I still say it's still wrong. And I still say it's unfair. Starting from $72 million from one agency on down. and we try to look at the equal footing of road funds. Ben hit nal indo the ke in even natural thought I think so yaligi tip dollars the han de hit ajit nebis il ko even na out air ko ben in hilan so tin ben nice about and I'm sure the same scenario for the other agencies. I appreciate this dialogue, but I think we need to go back to the drawing table as council to look at and everything, such as public safety, school board, and all and that is the health. But I appreciate this dialogue, for me to speak. But again, I will continue to communicate through the Western agencies to members on RDC to get some other advantage in the whole TEG. Thank you.
I respect the committee, the oversight again. Although we appreciate our colleagues when they would like to speak and make comments. It helps the committee. I believe that we each make a better committee if we listen to each other. Our plans for the nation, that something is being improved every day. Washington had London, Hagishi, Dequagi, what Saheli, Wheatfields, had then again, Junago team, Meleris, look at you get on this road. I remember Honorable Nelson McGay bringing it before RDC. And Honorable Slater has been really following up, and the road is getting improved. Potholes at the Hastaya National so that's good. Progress. That's what you call partnership, working together as Natanis to get things done. Somewhere today, something is getting improved. So yeah, I don't have report. Are there any other last comments or questions before we accept the report? And then we'll go ahead and vote and accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, green. Honorable Stewart votes green. And Honorable Begay also votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll accept the report from Saley Wheatfields, Corona Hasado, Black Rock. Honorable Slater. Thank you. We're on B of the report. The report on the Carrizo Four Corners Hydroelectric Energy Storage Center proposed project. Presenter will be the Honorable Mr. Thomas Taylor. Mr. Taylor, you have 20 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you a bit. I'm going to offer a few comments and then turn it over to Mr. Conroy, who has several details. But I think there's some important things that I'd like to make sure that the committee and the folks are aware of regarding this project. First of all, it's unique in many ways, and the three things that make it unique is that Carrizo Mountain is sitting there very near the San Juan River, 3,200 feet of elevation difference, and it provides a unique opportunity for a pumped hydro storage that is nothing like it anywhere else in the United States, especially when you add to the fact that it's only 20 miles from the largest power interconnect in the Western United States. The fourth thing about this project that is unique and that I really want to impress upon this committee is that it's unlike most projects where you've got people wanting to do developments on the Navajo Nation, and what you get out of it is a few jobs sometimes, and taxes and royalties and that sort of thing. This project, we're really more interested in having the Navajo Nation own part of this thing. It's an opportunity to invest in a technology that's been around for 100 years. It's simply water pumped up into the reservoir using generally renewable energy to do it, and comes down and makes power at times that are going to be very important in the future, as the difficulty of storing enough electricity to use the intermittent sources of renewable energy will become more and more critical as time goes on. Anyway, this is a great opportunity for the Navajo Nation to have an investment. There are many different schemes to do that that we can discuss at another time, but I think it's really important that it be a Navajo Nation project and that they have a distinct ownership and interest in it. From my point of view, you know, I was elected mayor many years ago. It wasn't long after I was elected, I realized that the city that I was mayor of was 20 square miles, but the community was about 100-mile diameter, or 100-mile radius, actually, that involved 3 other states, 17 counties, 26 communities, and 5 Indian nations. We here in the Four Corners are remote from the rest of the country. We're an economic center of our own, and the health of any one community is really based on the health of all of the other communities within this region. That's my interest in the project. I've been with Four Corners Economic Development for years and years, started that when I was mayor, and I've continued to be interested. I don't have any financial interest in this project at all. I just feel like it is a real opportunity for the Navajo Nation to invest in a project that has a real return on investment. Anyway, with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Tom Conroy. He's with Kinetic Power. He and his partner are the designer of this project, and he can refresh your memories. I know most of you have probably heard about this in previous meetings, but we're really interested in seeing if you have an interest to promote this project. And so I'll turn that over to Tom at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself too, sir.
I will. My name is Tom Conroy, and Thank you to Honorable Chairman Nez and the honorable committee members for taking the time to host Tom Taylor and I in for a short discussion on this project. Briefly, I've been in the power generation business for more than 40 years and have been involved across coal and oil and wind and solar power plants and also equipment, different businesses. And for the last few years, with an economic development focus, I've been really working to study the transition to cleaner power footprints across the Southwest, specifically in New Mexico and Arizona. And as a result of that work, have done a lot of past work in solar and wind, and wanted to really, in order to move forward into a reliable and cost-effective grid, what we need to do is get some large-scale seasonal duration energy storage into these portfolios. And that's what led to this project. As Tom Taylor said, it's a highly advantaged site. And what I would like to do today is explain just briefly some of the project metrics, and then talk about the project economics and the requests that we would like to make to the Resources and Development Committee. For those of you who have video access in the Teams meeting, I did pull up a graphic right now of the project, which I'll briefly go through. Are there any questions or comments so far?
No, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. So the project is a 1,500 megawatt nameplate capacity energy storage project. And to give a reference for that, the Four Corners power plant today has a nameplate just over 1,500 megawatts. What this project does is it has two reservoirs at different levels. In this case, about 3,300 feet difference in elevation. And what it will do is, when there is excess wind and solar power generated, which happens both on a daily and a seasonal basis, there's a great overproduction in the springtime and early fall. This project will take water from the lower reservoir and pump it up to the upper reservoir to be stored for use then a month or two later. The duration of this system, it will generate 1,500 megawatts of power for 70 hours, which represents about a little over 4 days of PNM's average load. The only water usage for the project, once the reservoir is filled, is actually annual evaporation, which is estimated to be about 2,600 acre feet per year, which is about 5% of the coal plant usage today across the region. One metric here then too, these are very large scale, long duration projects. The time to get this project from its current state today to an operational status will be about 8 to 10 years, which is split about half between getting a FERC license to operate the project, which is about a 4-year permit process, and then the construction itself is about a 4 to 5 year effort. projects like this, there are 42 across the United States. The oldest one has been in operation for over 90 years. All of them are still in operation. And so the expected lifetime of a project like this is 100 years or more. It's a very long-term energy asset, and will provide jobs for that long of a time. I believe that Arvin Trujillo from Four Corners Economic Development has presented the project several times. There's a great deal of detail, of course, around the engineering and the operations of the project, which we'll be glad to go through to anybody who's interested. But what we'd like to talk about today with the Resources and Development Committee is a couple of asks, and then talk about the economics. In order to move this project forward, there's a couple of steps. The first step that has to happen is a cooperation agreement between the Navajo Nation and the project. And this agreement would cover things like the land use, payments to the nation, the taxes, the employee type of commitments, and those sorts of things. It would be our suggestion as a logical place to start, not being attorneys though, that there are existing agreements for coal plants located on the Navajo Nation, and that we could potentially start with one of those agreements, have the nation revise it for what's been learned in the past 50 to 60 years, and use that as a template. The second thing which we request of the committee is what Tom Taylor talked about. And first, I would like to really emphasize that the project is not requesting funds or investment from the Navajo Nation. There are sufficient and voluminous funding resources available across the world for big projects like this. However, as we're going to go through in another slide here, this is a project that has very attractive investor returns. It has a 100-year life, and it's an opportunity, we believe, for the Navajo Nation to take at least a partial ownership, equity ownership in the project, and which would really bring the nation into the management of both the power plant and then as well as the markets that the power plant will be operating in. So just to emphasize, we think it's an opportunity. It is absolutely not a requirement for this project to move forward. And then the third path that we asked for support from the committee for, we have met with the Tisnas Pas and Baklavatwo chapters about the project, and we did from Tisnas Pas receive a very strong support resolution, which the chapter passed. And we believe the Baklavatwo chapter as well is supportive of the project at this point in time for where it stands. But we do plan to continue to engage with the local chapters. There are still more chapters locally that would be involved, in particular from a transmission line interconnect standpoint. And we want to continue that process. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, this is a large project from both a permitting and a construction standpoint. And so we definitely would want to establish some ongoing formal processes so that the local chapters are absolutely engaged as this project moves forward. So the next couple of minutes, I will cover 2 slides and really talk about the financial implications and the economics of the project. This is about a almost $3.6 billion project. Of those monies, somewhere in the range of 20 to 50 million will be spent in the first 4 years while the project pursues a FERC 40-year operating license. And what will occur then in these 4 years are environmental and cultural and historic and water studies. There are a lot of engineering studies, transmission, et cetera. Then there are also funds that need to be deposited for transmission interconnects and permits, et cetera. Once the FERC operating license is received, the project would achieve what's called its financial close, and the actual construction, which is the bulk of the spending, would commence. Now, this project is very different from wind and solar projects, where somewhere around 5 to 10% of those projects is spent locally. In this case, half of the funding, or almost $2 billion, would be spent on local construction activities, building the tunnels and the dams, a large underground powerhouse, the water system and the transmission system, et cetera.
Neil says it's going to take more than 5 seconds.
Looking at the top half of this slide, the way the capital works is $3.6 billion. If we assume that there will be a federal investment tax credit, which is a 30% tax credit against the total capital, which is what exists today for wind and solar, the federal government would pay about $1 billion, leaving about $2.5 billion to be financed. We'd anticipate that up to 80% of the capital would be provided by debt, and then the equity portion of this project would be about $500 million under that set of assumptions. An example, final
Mr. Conroy?
Comments I will make. Go ahead.
Mr. Conroy, your time expired, so I'm going to ask my colleagues to provide additional 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. You have 5 more minutes, Mr. Conroy.
Okay, I heard you say my time is about to expire. Would you like to make some comments?
You can go ahead and finish your presentation.
Okay, yeah, I just briefly wanted to talk about kind of what a P&L would look like for a project like this. And it's just very briefly, it's about the project revenues would be about 170 million a year. Of that, there would be about 20 million of annual expenses. And then the cash flow, the after-tax cash flow, it varies over time, but under this assumption, which is where the project would be fully paid for within 20 years, the after-tax cash flows that range anywhere from 7 million and then up to 6 million after the debt is paid off. So with that, I will pause, and I would ask for comments and feedback.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conroy, and also Mr. Taylor. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second, and we can open the floor for discussion. Motion by Honorable Stewart. Second.
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, seconds the motion. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions on the presentation? Mr. Taylor, as well as Mr. Conroy,
perhaps what we can do another time, as soon as possible, is to have a work session and include some of the chapters like the Clabato, Tisnos, Shook-Rock, Hogback, as well as San Juan and Zone. So I think that's something that, you know, since you already have a supporting resolution from Clabato to Tisnos, I believe that the other chapters just need to be informed of this proposed project. And I believe that RDC probably needs to have that work session as well to go in depth on the capital project structure, as well as the project P&L summary, as well as to evaluate potential Navajo project ownership options and cooperation from the Navajo Nation to negotiate a cooperation agreement between the nation and the project. I think it's very important that we have our attorneys with us to have this presentation on the cooperation agreement. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Conlon.
This is Tom Taylor, and that's exactly what we're requesting. Look forward to the opportunity to have those meetings.
Okay. I believe that the Resources Development Committee is the oversight of energy matters, and therefore we will have our advisor, Mr. Rodney Tahi, start making plans to have this leadership meeting and have a discussion, as well as with perhaps the local 2 chapters to begin with. But I believe RDC does need to be well informed of this project, and we just would like to have that. Thank you. Shananta, honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? I hear none, so we'll just go ahead and accept the report at this time. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Freeland. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. On the presentation by Honorable Thomas Taylor and Mr. Conrad. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, we're on number 6. We have no old business. Number 7, new business. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, are you on the call? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. A, legislation 0012-22. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 times. None. We'll go to B, legislation 0015-22. Honorable Mark Freeland, are you back on the call, Honorable Freeland?
I'm here,
Don't
Chairman.
get Yellowhairs on the line. Don't get Yellowhairs on the line.
Okay, Honorable Yellowhair. We'll go back to A, legislation 0012-22. Mr. Tai, could you read this in for the record, please? Thank you.
Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0012-22. date November 18th, 2021. Titled the legislation and action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committees. Approving a change in Exhibit D to resolution number CAP-35-18 for Forest Lake Chapter by adding planning, design, construction, equipment, and furnishing to protect number D-172 and moving the project to the 3-year funding period. Purpose of the legislation: to approve moving the Forest Lake Chapter Senior Center project from 1-year funding period to 3-year funding period and adding plan, design, construction, equipment, and furnishing to the project description. No change in approved funding amount. Chair, members of RDC Budget and Finance has final authority over this legislation. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. This is an action relating to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committees approving a change in Exhibit D to resolution number CAP-35-18 for Forest Lake Chapter by adding planning, design, construction, equipment, and furnishing to protect number D-172 and moving the project to a 3-year funding period. Section 1 outlines its authority. Section 2 outlines the findings. In Section 2, you have Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 3. In Section 3, you have the approval, which also references Exhibit D. In Section 4, you have the effective date. In Section 5, you have the savings clause. Attached is Exhibit 1, which is the Sissasan Funding Power Line and Chapter Capital Outlay Projects Expenditure Plan. And number 2, Exhibit 2, a memo dated May 25th, 2021 to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair Council Delegate from Leonard Howard, Project Manager for Capital Projects Management Department. The subject is the Sissasan Change Notice. Exhibit 3, you have the resolution from Forest Lake Chapter, resolution number FLC-21-10-015. Then last, you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0012-22, sponsors Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. It was posted on January 18th, 2022 at 3:12 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 23rd, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair, that is tracking number 0012-22 right into the record. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Stewart, second.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, second. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Schneider's kitchen on top. Going twice. Going 3 times. We'll go ahead and vote on this legislation. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay votes green as well. We have a vote of 5 in favor, no opposed, chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0012-22. Thank you, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhammer.
And never call Jaggy Forest Lake and the community around area in Black Mesa. Thank you very much. That's my remarks. Yeah, about sharing some about any RDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Next, B, legislation 0015-22, sponsored Mark Freeland. Mr. Tahi, could you read this in for the record, please?
Chair, members of Resources Development Committee, you have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0015-22, date January 20th, 2022. Title of the resolution, Proposed Standing Committee Resolution, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding. Purpose. This resolution, if approved, will approve the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding, and the submission of the Navajo Nation Indian Housing Plan by the Navajo Housing Authority on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Resource and Development has final authority over this legislation. The sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Mark A. Freeland, tracking number 0015-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding. Section 1, Authority. A, the Resource and Development Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource and Development Committee is authorized to grant final approval for the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Plan. 2, NNC Section 501B, 2B. Section 2, Findings. The Board of Commissioners of the Navajo Housing Authority, by resolution NHA-5067-2021, attached hereto as Exhibit B, requests the support and endorsement of the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council to approve the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding. And 2, authorize the submission of the Navajo Nation Indian Housing Plan by the Navajo Housing Authority on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Section 3, Approval. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding, attached hereto as Exhibit A. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the submission of the Navajo Nation Indian Housing Plan by the Navajo Housing Authority on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Attaches Exhibit A, Navajo Nation Authority FY 2021 American Rescue Plan Act, Indian Housing Plan, Executive Summary, November 2021. Attaches Exhibit B, NHA Navajo Housing Authority Resolution of the Board of the Commissioners of the Navajo Nation Housing Authority. Resolution number NHA 5067-2021, title approving the fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant funding and requesting approval by the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Finally, you have first report, Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0015-22. Sponsor Honorable Mark A. Freeland. It was posted on January 21st, 2022 at 6:19 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 16th, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was no comments or recommendation on the legislation. Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation tracking number 0015-22 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Stewart. Second.
I second that, Chair.
Who's that? Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, I second.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? RDC has final approval on this legislation. Honorable Gay has a question. Honorable Freeland, you have 20 minutes to present.
Colleagues and staff, thank you for the motion. The second we do have a request. Do humbly ask for your approval and, of course, support of this legislation. It's related to the Navajo Housing Authority request for Arpa submission to the Indian Housing Block Grant through HUD. It's not with the Navajo Nation. It's a different ARPA request that they're submitting for. That's the gist of this legislation. I do have with me on the line as well our agents, the new CEO, Ms. Maureen Curley, as well as Mr. Dwayne Wasetta. I believe they're on there. Ms. Curley and Mr. Wasetta, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Wasita.
Mr. Wasita, you have the floor.
Before you, we have is the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan of 2021. And this funding source was allocated just past year in mid-year. So with what we have here with the project listing out here, we have 7 different areas of response. The number one response here is the new public rentals of 60 apartments in Winter Rock. And the second response is home ownership units. There's 21 units in the form of Bennett Freeze. And response 3 is the improvements to upgrade of existing infrastructure. The one location is Greasewood Springs Sewer Lagoon repairs and improvements. Disnatithi Sewer Lagoon improvements. Kaibito Sewer Lagoon improvements. Rock Springs Sewer Main and Lagoon. Tahajali, and we have St. Michael's Housing. We have a street crossing improvement there. Part of this, there's a response for new infrastructural development. This is new and upgraded infrastructure. We have a Lukachukai new project site we're doing. We're doing a water line extension, which is for a new homeowners public rentals of 20 units that's going to be served. Winter Rock water tank for 60 units. Kindle-Cheat scattered. We have to upgrade a water line pressure relief valve. Kaibito, we're going to be looking at a new sewer lagoon out there for the community for some of the low housing that we have there. Scattered site, off-site utilities for the 20 units that we're going to be, or 21 units we're going to be doing at the Bennett Freeze. In the Midden Rock, Arizona Access Road development for 20 units will be constructing a new access road for that subdivision. Respond 5 is the ventilation upgrades in existing NHA public rental. This ventilation is improved, interior improvements for 427 units. Respond 6 is repairs of 1937 public housing. We have 39 units with some foundation, so we can get them reoccupied in public rentals. Respond 7 is the acquisition of property. This is a real property for access in the hot housing development area. We're looking at doing the appraisal and assessment surveys for that to acquire that. Sir, those are the 3 areas that we're looking at within this American Rescue Plan. And the American Rescue Plan is allocations that were governed under NAHAZA fund area funding source. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you. I'm not sure Ms. Curley's online. If she wants to speak.
Ms. Curley? Honorable Freeland, back to you.
Okay, Chairman. It's a pretty straightforward legislation and request, just seeking the approval of the Resource and Development Committee members, as well as moving forward as there is a resolution as put forth by the NHA Commission as well. So appreciate Mr. Wasita presenting the legislation or the information on the legislation, as well as welcoming our new CEO, Ms. Curley, to NHA. And we have a lot of optimism and a lot of hope and a lot of potential that we can bring to Navajo Housing Authority and our people. So, that's the presentation at hand. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, Mr. Freeland, Codona's hosting Daphne Sozaki, 1522. Is the new NHA director online? We're talking about almost a $50 million legislation here. The main based on and first, maybe to Legislative Council and our advisor, the process of referring it back to NHA for a revised plan. Is there a deadline to do this legislation all over? The Queen, but by the way, Chairman, I believe we've I made a statement late last year that once the new CEO comes on board, board director and executive director. Khalid Alaban had Ado, Hit Ala AD Kodo, he has Iki, Kode, Chaplain has Ada, Lahit A, Naha assessment for Kodo, 110 chapters of Dig at Hawan, but the Tahoyeki, Babakai, Yo, Washiki Lahit A, Nahat Atla. And then also at least a board member, if any of them are online, Shash. They're online as well, at least the board president. Kodo Hotedo Stajani go Ekodo, Dahobis, Neldo in Hantil, Stajani go Ekodo, confirm at the Hoteliana. If it was just even 100,000, Diego Basafa, no, Diego Koto, other peso chose so this is a $50 million legislation, almost 50 million, 49,795,966, a 3-year grant. Looking at the application, I'm trying to look for the date. But the cases, NHA board was October 28th, 2021. Board of Commissioner, Mr. Sloan, to sign off other Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Begay, with a vote of 3-0. I think you could recollect, Chairman, I really made a stance around August or September. NHA previous board Ako ADN gilakit asaw nadna ko boss ko netsa ado ako di ego he ndas shnoba yafti ado ita the previous board speaking on my 5 chapters D in the house the number 1 that then the schniegel gonal source ya hate source. And I'd like to forward that same document to you guys. New rental, public rental units. Window Rock.
Good afternoon.
Somebody said something?
Yes. But please put your phones on mute. Go ahead and proceed, Honorable Begay.
Wonder has armed a coco dig at the hidden neck of the chapter that has armed other one hit the done. A co elahit ego do Nahabit has ado and Habayat hit the other. Dig at lane, his chapter has armed one day craigie shot. Navigate does hit dance, and Habata who must dance. That's why at least by over some of there's cousin she be but 60 of them are going to Window Rock. Other new home ownership, I don't have really a problem with this one. The former Benefits area. Nadine Saadgo, how to improve, upgrade existing infrastructure. Greasewood Spring Lagoon Sewer Lagoon 85. Ado Cavito Sewer Lagoon 36 at the Bacat Rock Springs 10 Torjale 90 St. Michael. Again, this is part of Window Rock 67. Ado one at least this day water line, look at your grade, Nadine 20, Window Rock, Nana water tank 60, Kinsachi 1, Cavito 42, scattered sites, off-site utilities, Nadine Mitten Rock This is a past coalition tenants and legitimate run. In our deep kind of the other one also the that's about team or say ventilation upgrade to existing NHA public rental housing units. Kat aita hawanas nelikile nichindaz iki part 8 or niliki 427 unit. Adult foundation repair to public rental unit. Le isi kedas and the key foundation of Yaki. 39. Area for new housing development, 146 acres. Other planning and administration, employee salaries, and benefits, without no dollar figures on all of these. Capital funds, IT equipment, software, hardware, related supplies carrying out the program services. Chairman, any program based on that you care, dig accountable. Ada di digi na do this $9 no need digi but I see now lake a quite much who is standing based on Palito Kiliki then and all of our entities are like that, NTUA and so on. NHA with that. How one old me based on all you ledge on us, Naki, had laid out based on that Canada's next town, nationals, like all improve another speed. But yet we still have a situation of our communities don't have homes. But oh, you that the Nigisha, Eshe Habat, Sobatos, Eshe Hao, Bata, Ninki. I would able that Zina, the board members that Jeliniki shall hey din Haban Sita case those lay Benina Katina Kataha, Nishikipina dohited, Nahibina Katapuna and Nana Hati that D Isiki Basan here, run him like the best Anni, Gleniki, the then here run at then his Neniki don't lay the Chahapota, Edo Ishiko. Dash kita hit the Gito, the Papaniki, other oh, you now take it a hate egg, the Haban Seto, cause a like the need. Though I able na a Kadashin, the Hakila, then it on his short deed art, baby cow, not speak cut of this like that need. Of course, almost $50 million. If you do the calculation, probably 80% of it is just going back to NHA for their home improvement, and majority of it will be located in Windrup. Is his chapter, our chapter, foundation So, a chairman, for me to support this, I hate to say this, and I would encourage and ask the committee, could we table this? If there's no deadline, if there's no pressing need of a deadline, could we go back and say, NHA, let us discuss this particular situation? It seems like that's how they applied. Application I don't think I'd point out the one that's outlined is in with their application. Even much base of it that I don't according to it could they revise and go back and say that, well, we need to revise the dollar figure, the dollar amount that we want to based on khay liki shahot up and based on me one ani din to liki a liki ben yaut or nil jot hot to nil starts a dai kachin upper Navajo Nation khay na ki bashit to so that's to aja one liki dai to mish akot e mata stepi so again I just need some clarification why not much of the local area was not considered in this particular funding request. Why? How hard is it? The wind rodgers company need I sure like to have at least half of it, or if not all of it, to the central part of the Navajo Nation. I mean, I don't know, Chairman. I mean, sometimes it just, I guess, again, my tone is in form of a frustration, not personally at the NHA. We saw that and get these unhitched. A corporate egg machine and then they Saturn, you got that, then they get all like good. Took at the corner 400 and some thousand now. They're living on the Navajo in the census. How much of them really do have a decent home? So if I can, Chairman, but I like, again, I just don't want to push something knowing that it's going to pass. And even as us being the final authority, I mean, NHA, you've heard me saying this, I've been saying this, I've been sending email, I've been sending documentation to you about my situation, about my 5 chapters. Why wasn't those considered? Give me a good justification why even one house is being considered for my 5 chapter. I'd like to request a formal response to my 5 chapters. Response, ananteniki kodo sladingo stona dina kepakaki ediki adobna sato peso neni kediki edi tapinini na ako kodenda the chapter didn't change so hey even na chiti kat obe ke. See, that's the thing right there for me. Kodo the nation da e nikito pana shaki. So hey, engage with the office of the kid non inside up on the surface of that. You put yard at the door, you put them. So what I mean, this is that it all king on other band yet it's going pass another need the police. Even now, I'm putting a break on these consent agenda. The urban each legislation. Chairman, again, frustration in the area that I talked about. I'm hoping that I get a response thoroughly so that I respond back to my chapter and my community members of why I've supported a 49 million legislation, but yet none of them is going to go to them in the 5 chapters that I represent. So, don't get your store off, but I don't know, right? As right now, I don't know why I should be supporting this. So if there's time for us, at least another week, let's schedule a meeting on Saturday and bring all of them together and say that, okay, what is the proper overall plan in your housing projects across the Navajo Nation? But did I cannot space on the net, they get a quick pace on us and did us don't have a cat don't need that. So otherwise, we did I don't go with not saying you don't need it then. Hadashin, how are they not based on none of them will probably go to my chapters again. So with that, Chairman, again, I appreciate everyone's listening to me. But again, if there's an opportunity for us to table this, to thoroughly go through this particular document and other overall management of the NHA, at least, I don't know if I missed it, but at least give us a summary of the intended plan that they have at NHA. According to confirm that confirm this will be my third or fourth turnover of a board of an NHA, and probably 10 or 15 different executive director at NHA in my term as a delegate. So the way they see fit in Windrut level is how they're just going to manage a lot of these money. I believe that they have the tribal consultation to DC. Other issue based on that tribal consultation that you're not supposed to get your foot down. I think we need to mandate that to each of the programs now. They need to consult and do consultation with each agency, council, or to each of the chapters. Then it based on not that you need on it. I think that gives me an idea now that there's going to be consultation in each funding that they receive, that they have very common communication with the local chapter or the agency level agency council that will provide them guidance of how and where the area of needed homes or any other project I don't know, and I'm putting them on the spot right now. Have they gone to any of my chapter? I don't think so. Have the division director or the executive director gone to my 5 chapter? I don't think so. So have they found the equity in the husband that it kind of based on the ego, baby, that's the alcohol, Jesus. So the way I'm doing with my legislation, I said, hold off on approving it. Let me inform all the community, the public about this legislation before we start acting on it. I think each of our agency or entities or enterprises mandate them to do this on the basis of whenever they're asking for funding. So that way they have input from the public, from the community on this. So I don't see why that we go to the state and federal level. But yet under our nose, our own program doesn't do that. So I think we really need to make some changes and step up to say that we need to put them, have some type of an accountability to say that they have reached out to each of the chapters, they have reached out to each of the delegates, they have reached out to each of the local community. So as I speak, Chairman, I mean, there's an amendment, probably 300 or 400 of housing need in my 5 chapters at the minimum, because I gave them a thick booklet. Pictures So, Chairman, I apologize again, ramming it off, but nonetheless, again, my frustration and my tone is not personally at the NHA individuals, but more of the progress of what they're beginning to do in asking us to support millions of dollars, but none of it is really reflecting of the current overall situation across the Navajo Nation. Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, you and your agents may respond.
Hagushi, Chairman, Honorable Kian Begay, Kago. Always appreciate your perspective and your input, Shana. I believe we're joined by the new CEO, Miss Maureen Curley. Ms. Curley or Mr. Wasida, do you want to respond to Honorable Kian Begay's concerns and his statements as presented to the legislation? Thank you.
Ms. Curley?
Good afternoon. This is Maureen Curley. Yes. Good afternoon. This is Maureen Curley from the Navajo Housing Authority. Thank you so much for your comments, Councilman. And we would like to respond to that. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Ernest Franklin, who knows about this. And being that I've only been here for 3 weeks, getting to learn the processes of how these are all accomplished. We really want to help the Navajo Nation and building homes. So just just to relieve your minds, we are going through all of the projects that are on that NHA has in progress now, and we should have a full report probably within the next week or so to provide to RDC and to in our reports to Navajo Nation. Let me defer to Ernest Franklin right now, who can answer your questions regarding the legislation that you're currently on board.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Honorable Freeland, could you identify your agent, Mr. Franklin?
Chairman, though, Ms. Curley, thank you. We do have Mr. Ernest Franklin. He is the, I believe, the COO of Navajo Housing Authority. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Franklin, but I believe that's your title. But would like for him to respond to Honorable Kian Begay's concerns and statements that he brought forth. Mr. Franklin, our Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, the floor.
David. Chairman Nez. Media say Ernest Franklin said Kiane but Kiane instano na kaidna was chain. Okay, that's another do 22 that's a che. Aron lay bas ate ares ya has late Twin Lakes, New Mexico. Okay, my title here at NHA is, it used to be the COO, the Chief Operations Officer, yeah. Division Director for Development and Construction Services. The American Rescue Plan Act, NHA and Lady Beso, so that's why we put this plan together. Mr. Dwayne was said that the actual COO, the actual Chief Operations Officer, these activities, based on the first one is they Window Rock Apartments. It's groundbreaking, but as they put in the oil base about on we put this project inside our plan. We're going to put 60 units out there. We'll call based on how they on that and they IHP they put in that we can't build all 60 units. These units are for seasonal employees and for other low income and medium income clientele. Without a one bundle no. Out of these, number two, Bennett Freeze. Let's get out based on height and then $3 million out of that was broken up into 3 different activities. One sa home site lease la bahada so out only one senda ni sa ay tandas nilgi renovation de nilgi esto asate peso bana has nil But then we want to build 36 homes. We only have enough money to build 7 homes out there to Bennett Freeze. Ko AI tank the design that clearances and they basically bundle twin choi banas anigi ain't that we're putting all that together. Without a agenda, but then these 36 we're only going to do 7, but we're going to ask for 21. We're going to do 21 more homes. Go out, go 28 homes in the adultness. We'll probably ask for more money to do the next 6. Respond number 3 is improve and existing upgrade facilities. These cannot be a sewer lagoons that they're no longer they reach capacity. We cannot add. We cannot sustain these lagoons unless you fix them up and turn them over to NTOA for operation and maintenance and keep it known. Now that's why we put these projects in there. We have over. We have 85 homes in Greasewood Lagoon, BIA Lagoon Basaan. They're going to discontinue that lagoon, and we need to add more. We need to add it in there. These are the people that actually live in there. So they have a lagoon out there. BIA or IHS. But then it's reached its lifetime with it. No, you have to bring up the specs so that NTUA can take it over and do the operation and maintenance. We have 45 homes there. There's not only those homes, but there's a school there, and there's also a clinic out there. So we have to make sure that all those people are taken care of as far as their education and health well-being. Although those homes were through a subrecipient. Lagoon that lagoon is not up to specifications. No, NTOA you have to bring it back up into specifications before we can operate and maintain those lagoons. Now, we put that in our plan. We have 36 homes out there that need the sewer lagoon. Once these sewer lagoons are built, we can also add more homes to these systems. Although Rock Springs, we have one sewer lagoon out there that has reached capacity. Put another cell right next to it so that we can meet the needs of the community. Not just only NHA houses, but there's other entities that are connected to that lagoon. That's for Rock Springs. We have a BIA lagoon out there that has reached capacity. We have 90 homes out there. We need to take care of those people so that they have adequate sewer systems. All this is for the health and sanitation of our existing clientele out there. Then we have a street improvement program over there at St. Michael's, right there by former President Zaw's house. We're going to try to help work with NDOT to fix that situation out there. While flooding, it gets into people's houses. Okay, and then respond number 4, continue to upgrade the infrastructure. Look at you guys, they put that new school out there. We did all the right-of-way clearances. We did the survey. We did everything, and to help, we work with the school out there. But we're going to put 20 more units out there for families that are going to be using that school. Even now, we have to extend that. We have to upgrade that whole water system. Window Rock. Even though we're building 60 units out there, we still have a water shortage. So they're asking for us to add a new water tank and even to do a pumping
Mr.
system.
Franklin.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Franklin. There were several questions that was asked by Honorable Kealan McGay, and we want you to respond to those questions. DDG, you're just going over the proposed projects down the list. You should go
Okay, the reason this plan was put together for the housing units, I gave to keep the health and safety of our existing clients. That's what we're really going this for. We will for a new housing development, Indian housing plan. So we are addressing not just only his chapters, but other chapters across the Navajo Nation. Even though we get a lot of money, the Arpa money is almost 2.1 billion. It's still not enough to feed the whole or to meet the whole Navajo Nation needs. So we have to prioritize. So this plan here is to prioritize our most important needs. What is your most important needs out there? That's how you should put your plan together. And unfortunately, we have these existing conditions that we have to deal with to keep the health and safety of our existing clientele. This is to prevent, respond, and what was the other one? There's three different categories that we have to do. Well, prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus. That's the big thing, is how we're going to make sure that our clientele can wash their hands and become sound and sanitary. Even now, that's how this whole thing was put together, so that we can make sure that our existing clientele has that capability of minimizing the impacts of COVID-19. That's how the plan was put together. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Maureen Curley, we would like for you to properly introduce yourself to the Resources and Development Committee. We have not had you on this meeting, so we would like to have you properly introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is Maureen Curley. I apologize for not introducing myself properly earlier. But Shay Maureen Curley and Shia Kia Anin Shlon the Bethlehem Bashes Chain. Taba Dash Masanago Hanagani Dash another. I guess the Nasha da Tessa Andet I will hold Tessa Andet Nasha Shaman lay Chechal Tata Nawa a Kondishiti Sizinigi Aya lay Mali Tata Adishia Ho. Okay, and thank you very much for having me included with this meeting, and I do appreciate the council members and Chairman Nez for inviting us to this meeting. And I would like to just iterate that I would like to have a meeting with RDC if that's the if that is the request for RDC. I think we do need to start a dialogue with each other. In one room, and so that we can be able to come to the conclusions of what we need to do with the legislation that is in front of you. And Chairman Nez and the rest and other Nadanis in the room, thank you so much for inviting us.
March 7th is when we plan on meeting with NHA Board of Directors and yourself. It's going to be an in-person meeting at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. Ms. Carly, and the goals and objectives. Height ego in the ho deep base on the into Washington then how one base of budget how one ball either less than a year and then Kisala Georgia. All ago height in the ho I think a corona score just I don't that can had height have base of not can the Nahal go either less. How is there a plan to prevent federal funds from being reverted back to Washington? Koro Resources and Development Committee oversight need legal Nehiyaro the unnation Jenigi Bisnadnish. Hot edo less hot edo less that the nego the net article sato by a day. Of course, ego she has nine shiki can on a shiki. Dig at a cushion of height ocean the show at the niche to Navajo. Ben the Naya Yahans a cohate and coronas go holds is go a hashed or nature, you say, then a ya codosto board and navigi and not Nelacona a cohesion with tail like Miss Curley. Ms. Curley?
Yes, thank you for those comments, Councilman. In your request for goals and objectives, we will have that prepared for you at our meeting with you and the rest of your council members. The plans to move ahead are, at this current time, we have outlined some of the things that we will be doing within the next 9 months. It's pretty rapid and pretty concise as to what we want to do to move NHA forward. And as to your comment of returning money, what is our plans for not returning any money to the federal government? My plan for that, and as well as what I have conveyed to the executive team here, is that we don't want to return any money back to the federal government. Currently, we are going through the financials, and we will be going through the construction side of things, and coming up with a plan regarding finances and the monies or the fundings that we get from the federal government. It is my strict request to the executive team that we work extra hard in the planning that we're doing not to return any money back to the federal government. And I do understand that the Resource Committee is our oversight, and I will do whatever possibly in my realm of this current position to work with you one-on-one, so that you know that what we're doing and our plans for the future. And you did mention about the board. We do have 3 members on the board right now, and I have recruited 4 other board members, which is awaiting to be addressed or appointed by President Nez, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that he will be able to move those nominees or those particular individuals forward. We're trying really hard for a smooth transition here. There's been changes that have been going on here in NHA, and in order for us to have a smooth transition and be able to move forward as quickly as we're wanting to, there are many changes that are happening in NHA as far as the organization. We're kind of making sure that departments are talking together, and we're trying to bring the concept of Hojon and get back to NHA so that we can be able to work with our partners that we're planning to involve in our planning for the future, and also with every council delegate member with the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. For your information, the NHA Board of Directors Selection Committee consists of President Nez, Speaker Seth Damon, and myself as Chair of Resource and Development Committee. So just for your information, and make sure and encourage the board members to attend in person on this date. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman do committee members shaho agi ado shi totas ati lahilna oyat hilhonoklaniki do nihido isnil ado kodo fish behane aje bigije yadil kigi don hilhaneki he ko the the adult Shichedo on Zealand as sponsor of this legislation for bringing the legislation to the committee for consideration and for action, although for support on behalf of the nation in this area of housing. NHA is our housing entity, our housing resource. Ko peso bahuin nigi na so ko banin so ko here although your agents today this afternoon Mr. Waseda and then joining Mr. Franklin although the new CEO Ms. Curley yat echo earlier we had a round of introductions. Call beta some call chitsin Bethlehem Bilkelahiti and he a shing hidden and it lingy. I put a call Hoyat Ading needs a hand iki ado I have a request to NHA. It relates to former Bennett Freeze areas. 9 chapters that are listed in this legislation for funding intended to bring about housing development, some of which would be in the 9 chapters. For your information is that 4 of those chapters, 4 of those 9, either in my legislative district, or so that's Loop, Kalani Lake and Cameron and Coal Mine Canyon. Those chapters are called, as indicated by my brother, Delegate Kealan Begay. We, as delegates, report to our communities on any and all developments of this nature, especially where there's funding involved, funding that will be directed or obligated, allocated, appropriated for our areas, whatever aspect of our community, housing, water, power line, roads, and eco. So with this legislation, $50 million being requested for NHA from the Arpa funding opportunity. Our constituents would really, I guess, would want to know how much of that is coming to the area, not only the area, but to some of our chapters. That's just the way we, Navajo Nation government, reports on funding matters. What NHA may be different, the way you see it, the way you program funding, the way you arrive at funding amounts to be requested from the federal government that may, entail different ways of looking at it and priorities. And here it's just straight down how much of that funding will go to our chapters. So respectfully, I'm asking a breakdown of the former Bennett Freeze areas to be funded to bring about housing to those communities. Peso hard sheet etla johota hadahatsi johot etla ko inna I did have a good briefing and update by one of your NHA staff members that's assigned to our area, Edison Johnson. I really appreciated that briefing that I had with him. Resource Development Committee members, Mr. Chairman, the listening audience, again, requesting respectfully the breakdown of funding that's going to the former Bennett Freeze areas for housing development. Arpa one bed yeah. Needn't the abosh is adult das air ventilation circulation not about the haneko ishindani hata edo shani ben that on so now just for the record also Tulani Lake chapter is going to forward a resolution in the next few days relating to NHA and then their request for better street lighting at their subdivision, NHA subdivision. So for some odd reason, that neighborhood in Tulani Lake, they only have like 2 street lights. So if you go there at night, you won't even know NHA subdivision is there, So I told my advice was to get a resolution and forward it to NHA. Although if you're driving out there at night, be really careful, in that neighborhood because those potholes on the streets are roads have deteriorated. They were once nice streets. Right now they're just dirt. They're open dirt and there's like craters. I asked them to address that through a resolution. So the Lebanon ishinda so bahaza aleya yalki adotanen but the name that to bonet na nabayaki ko what is it so that he's a hanatsi delegate ki alan bige ko yalki e shito biga sazot ko ale e shito adle ba yashko edo avata Queens, the Resource Development Committee, Nanish. They need Kako, Dan Sadi, Need Kako. They has other as no by Yelki. It add 110 chapters to it up Bansiki, by Yelki, or the Kotoshin, or the hot Edishin had been at the end of the day, we are looking out for the 110 chapters and all Navajos on the homeland. Also, Pansikis, Pajopa Inits, and chairman or committee members.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Corona de Kirigisi, Ms. Curley, your response. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, I'll defer that question or that comment or the response to the Navajo Housing Authority leadership, Ms. Curley or Mr. Wasita or Mr. Franklin. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Curley.
Oh, Yate Shamad Ani. We will answer your questions for you, Mr. Councilman. Councilman Walker, I'm sorry. As far as the former Bennett Freeze, the 9 chapters with the 4 which is under your district, my executive assistant, not executive assistant, my director for construction has informed me that that document has been submitted to
Mr. Walker.
To you, Mr. Walker.
But we can resubmit it again.
We will resubmit that to you, and it has the breakdown of what is going to be funded in that area. And as far as addressing the roads and street lights there in Talani Lake, we can take a look at it and see what is needed in order to repair those. We may need to have NTUA come in and do the repair on the lights, because we're actually not one to
Just on the 5-year plan.
yeah, I'm sorry. I've been informed that that's on the 5-year plan with NTUA according the street lights. So we can have NTUA come out and look at that for you. As far as the roads are concerned, we're trying to find some kind of collaboration with Navajo DOT and other entities to see if we can find some funding to repair all of the roads or the roads in each of the HMO sites throughout the Navajo Nation. It's going to take some work for us to pull that funding together, and it will take some work to put that entire plan together. But that is one of the goals and objectives that we have for NHA in the coming months. I believe that will do it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your response. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Honorable Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chennai. Chairman, there's Honorable Chair Walker, Honorable Chennai, those staff, Honorable Maureen, Curly, Honorable Dakwana, your staff on that side, Mr. Wasetta, and then also Mr. Franklin as well on that side. But in listening to this legislation, a motion, and then that's the only way we can discuss any legislation. That's our motion and second. So with that, the frustrations and the awarenesses that he has with the NHA, and this legislation, and looking at it, listening to the discussion thus far, I want to ask this application and reviewing it and looking at it. It says that the IHP will be submitted to HUD Southwest Office of Native American Program by November 30th, 2021. So based off of that, was this already submitted? And have the funds come in already? And it's just covering the backtrack of it. Number one, and then number two is with the funding. as well. Majority of it says low income. And in working with the executive branch through Boys and Girls Club. Through Boys and Girls Club, it also requires low income to low income and no income students services be provided. But however, in my employment there as a project manager with the Boys and Girls Club, at one time there was a discussion between HUD and the Navajo Nation to state that all of Indian country, majority of Indian country does fall under low income and non-income. So that any child in the Indian country or the Navajo Nation would qualify for their programs. And there was a letter that was supposed to have been sent out at that time to Navajo Nation to state that. And on here, you have President Nez as this executor on here, like any other program would through the HUD. So through that, and then through the funds, that's my second question is that then qualify all Navajo? Do you guys have a copy letter of that letter? Because I know that it was in collaboration with NHA that we worked with. The other one I have, the other question I have is these areas that you're asking this funding for. What other updates can we get as RDC from NHA to say that the funding that NHA receives goes towards these various homes? The reason why I ask is because I have community members calling saying that they've been waiting to get into a home. And the only thing they're told is that, oh, those are in litigation. Those are being renovated, but not right now. And then when I ask them what other information they have, they tell me that they get information from various employees within NHA that are trying to assist them in getting homes and getting public rentals. And these are, and then, you know, Mr. Franklin, what really surprises me is at the beginning, you stated that the 60 units were going to go towards personnel. You know, we have community members out there, like my brother said, that need homes. I don't see why personnel would qualify under homes when you're saying that already that this is funding for low income. They don't qualify for these low income homes. And that's what I'm looking at is through this application and the statements that are being made. So it really brings to me some concerns that I have with an NHA. And Ms. Curley, you know, you've been there for X number of days now. I know you're still getting familiar with the entity itself. But, you know, I would really request that, you know, by the 7th, that you have a positive direction to take this entity. Because like Shania Kiala stated at the beginning, you know, that we've gone through how many CEOs and boards. And it makes it a good footing, I think, to make sure that, you know, everything is going to be given to us that we ask for, because we are the oversight through this program. And we want to make sure that everything is going to be followed through. Thank you. And we want the best for our community members, whether they be rental, whether they be home ownership. And I always say that we live on a hill in Fort Defiance, or down below me is NHA in front of my house. Across the way, about 2 miles, is another NHA neighborhood. But right behind my house is hospital housing. The hospital housing takes better care of their tenants than NHA does. So where are their employees to make sure that these homes are being taken care of in those areas? Because I have several homes in the community, just in those two areas, that could be rented out. They've been sitting there 2 to 3 years. So where's the funding that came in before? Instead of saying we want this from Arpa, where's the funding that came in before to put these homes on the list? How come they have not been renovated thus far? And this is in one community, but I'm using that as an example for the other communities that have homes, whether they're public rental or home ownership. So those are the on this legislation. And Shana Mark Freeland, thank you for presenting this and assisting the best way you know how as a delegate to bring this back for us. As stated, you know, RDC is the committee to say yes or no on it, but you know, these are concerns that we have, as well as committee members for RDC from the 24th Nomination Council. So those are my comments and questions thus far, Shana. Thank you.
Question here is tonight, Ms. Curley, your response, Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the comments as well. I'm going to go ahead and defer to Ms. Curley.
Ms. Curley?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. Thank you for your questions, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Councilman Stewart. I'm sorry. As far as the funds, if we have received those, I'm going to defer that question to Nellie after I answer the other questions that he has here. Nellie will be letting us know if the funds have been received or what the criteria is for that. As far as low income qualify all Navajos, under what I am aware of NAHASDA and the IHP is that Navajos, all low income Navajos do qualify under those programs, even with NAHASDA and HUD, so all Navajos are qualified. And then the areas of funding, what Mr. Franklin had brought forth earlier in his discussion, he will provide a report to you and the updates to RDC at our meeting on March 7th. We will have those answers for you, and how much of the funding is going towards the area homes and how much of the funding is going to other sources. I do know that there's only 20% of the overall funding that stays in-house, which is for administrative costs or to run the operations of NHA. But as far as all the other funding that is received, we will have a breakdown for you in regards to your question. And as far as taking NHA in a positive direction, I do appreciate your comments on that. And I am hoping that we do make the turn here and begin to do positive things for NHA. My goal here with NHA when I first came is that I want to be able to work for the Navajo people, or I am working for the Navajo people. We want to build houses out there, and we do want to service the Navajo people. That is our job. And so here within Navajo Housing Authority, some of the things that I have put forth thus far is to reiterate the fact that we as employees of Navajo Housing Authority, we don't work for ourselves, we work for the Navajo people. And that's one of the things that I want to keep reiterating to our employees, because it is true. This position that I have as well, I don't work for myself, I work for my employees and I work for the Navajo people. And my main goal is to begin building houses out there as soon as we can as soon as the finances and as soon as all the preliminary assessments that I am currently doing with NHA have come to fruition. This will give me a better understanding and a better outlook as to where we can take NHA. I want to take NHA in a positive future where we can be able to come to an RDC meeting or come to a tribal council meeting, be able to answer all the questions and let everyone know that we are partnering with several different entities to move from one project to another. My goal here and my dream with this job is to be able to partner with as many partners within the Navajo Nation as far as enterprises and as far as departments within the Navajo Nations to come to an agreement as to when a project will start and when it will end, and the timelines for that will be set up for each entity. In this manner, I do know that, and I think that we will be able to complete as many projects as possible within each year. What I have learned while I've been here is that the monies that come in from NAHASA, they are allocated at least a year backwards. Yes. So we're kind of like working backwards and trying to bring everything forward. So it gets rather complicated. So in order for us to bring that to light for you and to have RDC really understand how NHA's funding sources work and how we allocate those monies to the projects, those will be presented to you on March 7th. And we would like to see if we can give you a presentation of NAHASDA, HUD, and the other programs that we work with, just an overview of how the funding or the calculations are made from the federal government. I think that would give you a clearer understanding of where NHA gets their funding and how we can move forward in the future in order to be able to work from one year to the other, trying to complete all these projects. I do understand that there are certain communities that have not had any housing within maybe the past 3 to 4 years or maybe even forever, but we're going to try to change that. And hopefully with our partners that we're going to be partnering with, we can be able to change the face of NHA in a positive manner. And as far as changing the environment here, we have begun that. And one of the things that I do know that within an organization is that if you want to change the environment within an organization, you have to basically assess the entire organization, find out where the weaknesses are, find out where the strengths are, and put those together so you can be able to come out with a positive outcome into your future or into your plans that one is trying to do for an organization. Currently, we have several positions that are still open, and because of the funding that we have and the things that are pressing with NHA, we're trying to right-size the organization at this time. And the reporting systems and the chain of command, that is changing slightly, but not much. The executive office here, under my office, we have the legal team, the compliance team, and also the HR team, which now reports to the deputy CEO and to myself, which we're trying to streamline a lot of things. And we will try to make those changes and what we're doing known to you on March 7th again. So I do appreciate your comments, Councilman Stewart, and we will do whatever we can so that we can be able to work hand in hand and side by side with RDC. So now, as far as the funding is received, I'd like to defer it to Nellie in finance. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, could you identify your agent?
Sure, Chairman. Can you go ahead and we can recognize Miss Nellie, I believe it's Gilmore. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, So Naz, Chairman and members of the Resources Committee, thank you for giving me the floor. Earlier, my name is Nellie Gilmore. I'm the grants manager for Navajo Housing Authority. Earlier, there were some questions by House Delegate the Ellen Begay regarding the funding, the deadlines, and also how soon, when is the grant going to be effective and all that. So this grant was authorized in March 2021. So when we finally had the Board of Commissioners approve the Arpa Indian Housing Plan, it was last year in October. And then immediately after that, this legislation was submitted to the Legislative Council's office. So we finally got a legislation number in January. So we lost about 3 months of process. However, this grant is a 5-year grant, so it will not expire until September 30th, 2026. I want to share that with you. And then the timeline to implement this grant, we just received a letter from HUD dated February 4th, indicating that they're going to soon post a deadline for these applications to go in. So I'm pretty worried. We like to get this grant application in. We still have to go through the president's office for certification. Thank you.
One more. Honorable Keel Gale Jr., do you have a follow-up on your questions?
Chairman,
I hate to say that. No direct response on a lot of the questions that I pose. It's very obviously a communication problem whenever I speak my true Navajo language, which is the true communication that I have with the local community. So I'm not sure how else NHA needs to have an understanding that the dire need of housing is out in the rural part of our community on the Navajo Nation, not just only certain populated area. I'd like to have all of these in writing so that I can share this particular of response back to my community and the chapters that I represent. Chairman, although the specific of dollar amount, because on a lot of these outcome on the legislation or on the application, talks about reducing overcrowding. It talks about who will be assisted. It's all those low-income individuals. So in the earlier employee housing, I mean, that really says otherwise. What is the true line of being considered low income? Maybe according to NTUA, not NTUA, NHA. What's your main consideration of low income? You guys are considering them as low income.
the days nishiki employee housing. I think the minimum amount of employee that works in the area, I would think it's minimum wage calculation. So I don't know if that minimum wage is considered as low income. Those are some justification that you made on the application. The other area that I wanted to address, the burnout is another area. Like I said, if I could be able to have the our legislative advisor get in contact with the individual at NHA to give me and forward me the emails of the current all the board members, the executive director, and everyone else that are in the management position. And I'd like to forward everything else that I've been sending to the previous NHA. And again, I mean, this is what I hear at the beginning of a new management. And I indicated, I mean, when you look through your own leadership positions at NHA, what number are you in the management position now? Since 2003, that's when I became a delegate. Directors, board members, and that's what I've been hearing all these years, and what you're presenting. Past years, need agent, especially for my area. Now I see that if there's a burnout, where do you think these families are, knowing that this was their only home? They're probably of course, we're talking about reducing overcrowding. Why isn't that particular burnout be redone? There's one particular one in Nazlini. I believe that as of today, as it was in several areas, how you want to savage in the housing in many farms area. So if that's a situation in certain area in my chapter, I positively can bet that it's the same situation in other area, the NHA housing across the Navajo Nation. Shahne a codona nishkodo binsh Asian interview done hit Ada quantity eonan is dinky binsh no shade a codo higher short saddle, a sudden nachishad dog, or setback is a she don't need that. I could ask what is new to hear. It was just passed down to me from the previous administration that need us. Or what able this non did the hot and did the hot edo and the near and the quack band is so happening. A condemned yet dying of the near dying Hashim Sache quack able to conquer in the Yahiva Itado standards out of the current board and the current staffing that's basically they also here are Yahida petition to put it in and has a cut to that's it the how don't need a lot. So quite ye was it a zinge. Kodo it out on hash hash dodo it out of those they need to it up yesterday it schneeder. Not personally you, because I haven't even met you. By clan wise, not ashamed don't want it, that's not it. What ego quack in the larger cut shishing could on chitin smido, could on not so pligo, it could on get any governaik, the board, right, baby, has see the schnack. If you want to hear what I've said during the confirmation, maybe go back to the confirmation of each of the board members. I believe they're all recorded. Listen to all of my comments, listen to all of my statements during the confirmation. Maybe even go back and leave with them the first 5 board members back in 2016 or 17 had done what's that? It done 8 and a half time there so the emergency legislation introduced with Dikat Ashla don't need to skill bit on don't need. Need less than a year ago. So again, what's the convincing statement by the new administration that this Katlan, that dog Katlan, the Kodota need Hatne, the dog, I don't need such a reason. It's not the case either. My request to you is that could we table this legislation, and then I guess this is just an opportunity for you to provide your input. But I don't feel comfortable if asking the $50 million, not even more, maybe not even $100 is going towards to any of my community, my chapters that I represent. Lacha obes or didn't you obey Kate names of Shilate at in the Kodo that horse kitchen. Now they don't like Kodo, Shamasan that the shattered not the liquid what order not in house county that shot in house top. It had out of behind seat that should adopt new. And these are some of the reasons why I bring these up, because a lot of these statement comments are on record. Because I always go back to my community, asking and tell them to say that Nabahasi, don't Nabaki, quite the whole hacking lot of Bahasi, a could I can be record that Niki to even not to go equal to Aleba Navikias to the Quaggo chapter has argued. Assure the community that everything that is the community situation, I want to make sure that these duly called meetings again. Is going to reflect it as a delegate representing the 5 chapters that I've opposed and mentioned these situations for the community that I represent. So don't the housing need application hard and the Itaya or the Naked hard that support that 1 or 2 times the executive director Baniyago Halit Aquagil Kati traditional Quidshit Bahasi Ado Nish brother veterans mentioned in Nayitla Oya Nabkai or don't need that other than I can Kodo veterans of Ajik Nabana 8 reversing the Yitla Kodokas his glass water and Lingi who one cannot slam Nahastan Aj. So I think those are some areas that you guys really need to look into the true meaning of how having affordable housing or providing housing for our Navajo people. Ms. Curley, I'm asking you that with your input that I want to table this legislation. But I'd like to request of the committee if we could change one of the date of having the meeting until March 7th. That's almost a month. The end of the date switch but that way I did this next week before the our regular meeting, again, postponed the regular meeting postponed that the link that start next day that our meeting daily on Argentine Saturday, Arden Diazol, and that's it as it on the issue. But Arden had the high up and now way with the House of legislation here are announcement deal. The change to the I say to that the need to say the state going has it what can I do and what more can I say and what more documents do you need in order for the NHA to consider to say that, okay, this is what Delegate McGay's region is asking to us. These are his requests. These are the situation in his area. How do we address it? How do we provide assurance that he will be able to get some housing within his district? I think that's an area that I'm trying to fish for and getting a response. The NHA members, the NHA board members, Chairman. First one, I'd like to get a response of requesting to table this legislation. Then maybe the second one is that could we move up the date of meeting with the NHA board and the NHA director as soon as possible? Maybe on a Saturday is good. I should be like that. Start Saturday. Chairman, could I request a slide?
Honorable Freeland, the Kurosa, the not NHA 49 million, Kuroyoke, do Kwaki Nindol Sos. And then the Nakikone has Chadida NHA Board of Directors, or CEO, Bashaki Glass. Move the date from March 7 to as soon as we can. So there's two questions here. Before this legislation is motion to table, we would like to have our advisor, Mr. Tahi. I have the calendar before me. I know that the 17th, tomorrow's Navigatia was canceled and therefore it was moved to the 17th. And we were supposed to have a work session with the Department of Justice Water Rights Unit and at 20 Arrows Navajo Casino Resort on the 17th and 18th. Mr. Tahi, if we could move that back also, perhaps we could have it on the 18th. Mr. Tahi, could you advise us?
The chair, members of Resources Committee, on the 17th, yes, NAMI did move their meeting to that date. On the 18th, the Department of Justice Water Rights Unit, as well as the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, is still wanting to move forward with the 18th as the executive work session due to the fact that they will be negotiating and settling and litigating the Rio San Juan in New Mexico, and they need the direction of Resource and Development Committee. So that settlement needs your direction. So I would recommend we do not move anything on the 18th and keep that one as is. The rest of the litigation is going to be moved into March. I will be talking with Jolene Ashley, Madam Chairman for the Water Rights Commission, as well as Michelle Brown Yazzie, the attorney for the Water Rights Division, to select a new date in March for the rest of the settlement, negotiation, and litigation that is supposed to take place for Arizona. Those hearings are going to start in April. So those will need your direction as well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. When we had the Department of Justice work session, executive work session, we can still have it at 20 Arrows Casino, which would be the 18th Friday. The next day is the 19th, which is Saturday. Perhaps we could have it on a Saturday, if that would be feasible with committee members. Mr. Tahi, what is your recommendation? The following Monday will be President's Day, where Navajo Nation offices will be closed. Mr. Tahi.
The chair, members of the resource committee, we can schedule the 19th as this leadership meeting with Navajo Housing Authority. It will not be a problem. I would need to work with Teresa Whitty on this to make sure that the facility is not booked. That is one of the concerns that we have run into, is making sure that the facility is not booked, as well as making sure that we stay in compliance with the CDC guidelines for the safety and well-being of the employees and ourselves as well.
Honorable
Chairman Rodney, I know that on that 19th, that our LDAs do have a work session from 8 to 5 at 20 Arrows. So I don't know which room they are using, if they're using the one that we usually use. But we're also invited to that as well as delegates. And then I don't know, maybe we could, if we are going to shoot for the 19th, and then maybe we could use the rooms across. But I don't know how many staff we're looking at besides us as Resource Development Committee.
That might just be a plan that will work out. If the LDAs are having a work session there on the 19th, we could just be next door. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have an LDA, so I'm okay with it. I don't need to go to the store. So, Mr. Tahi, we are recommending the 19th. So when we do suspend the floor rules today to add Honorable Westerman's meeting, we can add also the NHA meeting to be held on the 19th. Therefore, we will be there for 2 days, the Friday the 18th and Saturday the 19th. So RDC members will be there, and I'm sure their LDAs will be there as well, and they can just be there, Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of the committee, I'll work with Teresa so we can secure the 19th. If anything else and there's no rooms, we'll work with the date and try to accommodate this meeting to the best of our ability. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. The reason why we're having this discussion, it is very important that NHA, that we give them enough time. I believe a week here is enough time for them to adjust their schedules to be there on the 19th. And I believe we took care of the date. We can add it to the agenda once we get there. Honorable members of RDC, I believe there's a request for a tabling motion by Honorable Begay.
Chairman, again, with that arrangement, I would request that the support by the committee to table this particular legislation until after we've met the NHA on the 19th, and then this could go back onto the agenda on the 23rd for further consideration, Chairman. So with that, I motion to table.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. There is no discussion on the motion. Motion to table. Is there a second? Honorable Stewart, motion, second, the motion. Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland,
Red.
red?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Chairman, red.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We have a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. Legislation 0015-22 is tabled. Thank you. Moving on to D, legislation 0016-22. Honorable Freeland is also the sponsor. This legislation will go to the committee after RDC and then to the full Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Ty, could you read this in for the record, please?
Chair, members of the Resource Committee, you have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0016-22.
Mr. Tahi?
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Tahi, before you move forward, I see that Honorable Vice Chair Walker is on the call. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, before we make a motion for the next legislation, do you wish to vote? It is a tabling motion for the last legislation. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chair, Delegate
Yes.
Walker indicated by text message that his call dropped.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and have you read this legislation in for the record, Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of Resource Committee, you have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0016-22, date January 10th, 2022. Title of the resolution, a proposed Navajo Nation Council and action relating to resource and development in Nabikit committees and the Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environment Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation to be the certified tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2015. Purpose, this resolution, if approved, will turn the extension of a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with NEPA in carrying out HUD grants, and also approve Navajo Nation president to sign Form 7015-15 through September 30th, 2015. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Mark A. Freeland, tracking number 0016-22. An action relating to resource and development in Nabikit Committee and Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for the limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2025. In Section 1, it lists the authority. In Section 2, it lists its finding, which it acknowledges in Exhibit A. In Section 3 is the authorization of the extension of limited waiver of sovereign immunity and the president to sign Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2015. Attached is Exhibit A, Navajo Housing Authority Resolution Number 4970-2020, Resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Navajo Housing Authority, title, recommending to the Navajo Nation Council to amend Resolution CO 17 by authorizing an extension of a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, allowing the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out HUD grants and authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to sign Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2025. Last is included is the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0016-22, sponsor Honorable Mark A. Freeland. It was posted on January 21st of 2022 at 6:22 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 26, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was no comments and recommendation on this legislation. And chair members of RDC, that's legislation summary tracking number 0016-22 right into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Honorable Stewart, motion. Second by
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Yeah. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? Going twice. Going 3 times. We'll put it to the vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. He just sent in his vote. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0016-22. Thank you, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you.
Next, D, legislation 0017-22. Honorable Charlene So, are you on the call?
Yes, Shinat, I'm on the call.
Mr. Tahi, could you read this in for the record, please? RDC has final authority over this legislation.
Chair members of RDC, you have legislative summary sheet tracking number 0017-22, date January 19th, 2022, title of the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to resource and development, approving the grant of Navajo Nation tribal authorization access to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for the Red Mesa Commercial Transmission Line located on Navajo Nation Trust Land on the Navajo Nation, Utah. Purpose. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Access, terms and conditions for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Red Mesa Transmission Line with distribution underbuilt and fiber optic cable project, work number 12-200-0001. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Charlene So, tracking number 0017-22, an action relating to resource and development, approving the grant of Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Access to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for the Red Mesa Commercial Transmission Line located on Navajo Nation Trust Lands on the Navajo Nation, Utah. Be enacted. Section 1, Authority. The resolution and the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has the authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawals non-mineral leases, permits, license, right-of-ways, surface easements, and bonding requirements on Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee land. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignments, leaseholds, encumbrance, transfer renewals, and termination. 2 NNC Section 501 B2. B. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council approved Resolution RDCJN-17-20, which delegate approval of the tribal authorization access to the Navajo Land Department Manager, and Resolution RDCJN-17-20, Exhibit A, Administrative Rules and Regulations, Sections 3D, quote, the Resource and Development Committee retains the authorization to approve all commercial tribal authorization access, unquote. Section 2, Findings. A, the Navajo Nation Council created the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on January 22nd, 1959, pursuant to resolution number CJA-14-59, by which NTUA was authorized to construct, operate, and maintain utility systems throughout the Navajo Nation. NTUA is further authorized to expand and execute such extensions of existing utility system as they are efficient and feasible. See 21 NNC Section 5A2. B, NTUA through memorandum dated September 24th, 2021, attaches Exhibit A, submitted an application for tribal access authorization pursuant to RDCJN-17-20 to upgrade existing Red Mesa to Aneth transmission line with distribution underbuilt and fiber optic cable in the vicinity of Red Mesa Chapter, San Juan County, Utah. The proposed project will consist of 18.10 plus or minus miles and or 219.35 plus or minus acres. The transmission lines with fiber optic cable is to provide the much needed upgrade to the Red Mesa community. C, the Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Access, Terms and Conditions, Navajo Tribal Authority, Red Mesa transmission line with distribution underbuilt, and fiber optic cable project, work number 12-200-0001 is attached as Exhibit B. D, the proposed transmission line is described in map and description attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit C. E, the right-of-way agent memorandum dated April 30th, 2021 states that NTUA met with the affected grazing permittees identified by the grazing official, and the NTUA obtained a written consent of the affected grazing permittees. The memorandum and consent forms are attached as Exhibit D. The Heritage and F, the Heritage and Historic Preservation Department Cultural Resources Compliance Form, NNHHPD number HPD-21-377, Exhibit E, the Biological Resource Compliance Form, NNDFW, review number 12, NTUA 147, Exhibit F, and the Navajo Nation Wildlife Manager, Navajo Natural Historic Heritage Program Memorandum dated September 21st, 2021, Exhibit G are attached. G, the Red Mesa Chapter Resolution number RMC-07-041921 attached Exhibit H supports the NTA proposed transmission line and fiber optic cable. H, the application for the Tribal Authorization Access TAA as submitted by NTUA has been reviewed through Executive Official Review Document number 017372 and approved by reviewers. Reviewed by Department of Justice stated that the document is legally significant. See document included in Executive Official Review Document number 107372, Exhibit I. Section 3, Approval. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Access for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Red Mesa Transmission Line and distribution underbuilt and fiber optic cable project work number 12-200-0001. The location is more particularly described in the survey map attached here to as Exhibit C. The Resource and Development Committee, the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Acts as subject to, but not limited to, the following terms and conditions incorporated herein and attached as Exhibit B. D, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the Navajo Nation Department Manager pursuant to Resolution RDCJN-17-20 to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attaches Exhibit A, a letter dated September 24th, 2021 by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, directed to Mike Colonna, Director of Navajo Nation Land Department. Attaches Exhibit B, Navajo Nation Tribal Authorization Access Terms and Conditions, titled Navajo Tribal Utility Authority NTUA Red Mesa Transmission Line with Distribution Underbuilt and Fiber Optic Cable Work Number 12-200-0001. Attaches Exhibit B, the right-of-way easement for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Red Mesa 115 kV transmission line with distribution underbuilt and fiber optic cable project in NT San Juan County, Utah. Work order number 12-200-0001. Attaches Exhibit D, a memorandum dated to Sherwell Curley, right-of-way supervisor, from Esther Key, right-of-way agent, date April 30th, 2021. The subject Red Mesa 115 kV transmission line with distribution underbuilt and fiber optic cable project, work number 12-200-0001. Attaches Exhibit E, the Cultural Resource Compliance Form in HPD number HPD-12-377. Attaches Exhibit F, the Biological Resource Compliance Form, Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife, P.O. Box 1480, Window Rock, Arizona 86515. Review number 12, NTUA 147. Attaches Exhibit G, a letter from to Esther Key, right-of-way agent from Navajo Tribal Authority, P.O. Box 170, 40 Pines, Arizona 86504. Attaches Exhibit H, the Red Mesa Chapter Resolution Number RMC-07-041921. Attaches Exhibit I, document number 017372, issue date 10/07/2021, executive official review. And last is the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0017-22, sponsor Honorable Charlene So. It was posted on January 24th, 2022 at 6:12 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 29th, 2022. There was no comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair, that is tracking number 0017-22 read into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion.
Honorable Daniels, and second by Honorable Freeland. And then any comments or questions on legislation 017-22?
Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, in section 3 on page 3 of 3, on the approval, it needs to be corrected on the numbering. It says ACD, it should read ABC.
Which line?
On page 3 of 3 on the legislation, under section 3 approval, line A 10 is correct. Line 15 C should read as B. Line 19 D should read as C.
BBC. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Tahe. Honorable members of RDC, we're going to have an amendment here, and therefore we'll give some time to Honorable Charmaine. So, Charmaine, you have 20 minutes.
Shahadlan Shiyaj, Honorable Chair Rick Nez, Adult Shanat Resource and Development Committee, Shiyaj, Honorable Gay, Adult Nanish, and Honorable Freeland, Adult Shajar, Honorable Herman Daniels, Adult Nanish Shazeda, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Akoyat Nikitish Nidolis, Shajar Charlene, so Adult Watakandet Nasha, Nanish Ejanat, the Nanishon, but Anibashin, Tkachini, Dashichik, Chini, Dashinale, Ako. The legislation 0017-22, a Red Mesa transmission, TAA approval, the Quincy, the more is Bende, we had also a deadline to get this legislation done and proposed. I know that there were some ongoing traffic between their OLC and to the land department. I'm asking here for your support, Shannon, for the legislation to approve a 69 kV transmission for my region. This transmission will vastly improve electric service for the Red Mesa, Sweetwater, Isosmas, and Utah Navajo communities, which include Montezuma Creek and Annis. So the question on legislation, the importance of having a reliable electricity service is critical. Many of our families are sheltering safely at home. The Kosnsagi, the Kosnas AIDS Ada, variants. We've had a critical year dealing with the pandemic. The question some are in hybrid learning. And we need to have a reliable transmission line for these homes. And also, many of our people need access to electricity so that they can communicate with their doctors.
I'm trying to find
and
where
for
he's saying ABC.
Please mute your phone. Thank you. You may proceed.
The question they sweet outside and low, they rely on oxygen and that being plugged into their electricity within their homes. We have to consider these aspects. As leaders, we've heard all the stories and the pleas to extend utility service. In late 2016, the electric service in my Utah Navajo region was transferred to NTUA. And at the time, there were 321 homes without electric service. The previous owner, Rocky Mountain Power, did not extend the electricity to these homes. But when NTUA took over the system, they connected 184 homes, and there are 137 remaining of that. So having electric service, it does help the families. And the question now is waiting for electricity. And so we have been trying to make it a priority to get these homes connected. As it was explained, NTOA took over an old system from Rocky Mountain. Electric lines were old and unreliable. the transmission line was also, in pretty much in a deteriorating shape at the time we took this over. So this is a system that needs to be replaced with a transmission line that can deliver electricity to homes, which also needs to be very reliable. The new line will benefit over 1,000 homes within the communities with more reliable service, and it will also allow for potential growth in the communities it serves. So in addition, a portion of the transmission line will transmit energy that is produced from the Red Mesa Solar Project. So my colleagues at RDC committee members, I request that you support this legislation so that our own enterprise can continue to work that it has started in 2016. So while connecting additional homes, this new transmission line will provide the power necessary to the homes that are already there. It is for reliability, giving families the comfort of knowing that life essential service of electricity will be there. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to present a statement and the legislation before your committee.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? We would like to have a motion for an amendment 1 to make a correction. Ms. Khan, are you on the call with us?
Mr. Chair, I am just now sending the language to Mr. Tahi and to yourself, Mr. Chair.
Okay. While you're doing that,
Chair, this is Daniel.
Daniels, you have the floor.
Yeah, Chair, I don't think RDC members, my colleagues, other staff, I think that legislation with the Danish law, I need a job back Winston. You said, been here, I could have been kite or was been here. Magai on the Magai that the region, Magai Red Mesa, Manazama Creek, as an house flaggy. I knew what a house Maggie, I knew what Magai that not every home has electricity. So that elder she baby that on the stone nana. Maybe kite or what a been here that I just speak in support of this legislation that you done so I would add I don't know enterprise actually and here action saying as a bad banana should they say or this so what about street or this I see I see but can't be or it is about street or Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable So, I do have a question for you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the call? Honorable Stewart, be the pro tem chair.
I'll go ahead and recognize you as pro tem chair.
Thank you for recognizing me to speak. Honorable So, the TAA Tribal Access Authorization. Looking at the legislation, do you have your agent with you, TUA? If so, I do have a question. My question is, this TAA that we're approving today with RDC, was it assessed by minerals, and what was the rate that minerals gave NTUA for this? And is this taking power from where it's located to, is it for people living off the Navajo Nation in Utah? Is that where it's going? I just need to have those two questions answered. Thank you. Back to you, Pro Tem Chair.
Okay, Suzanne, Ms. Delegate Charlene, so.
I do have an agent available on the call, Erish from NTUA. I will defer the questions to him. Go ahead, Ms. Erish.
Good afternoon, Yate. Arash Nathan Mwalami Yanisha. Toalini initially, Persian Clan Bashachin Kia Ani Dashache, Persian Clan Dashanali. I'm Deputy General Manager for NTUA Generation Inc. And thank you, Chair Nez, for those two questions. The first question is regarding the assessment. And yes, we did, as part of the review process, we did have negotiations regarding assessment related to the transmission line. NTUA and Minerals both agreed that a portion of the line is for commercial purposes. And the assessment for the transmission line that I guess you want to call it the commercial portion is NTUA has agreed to pay $646,686.50 to the Navajo Nation for the grant of the TAA. That's for a term of 25 years. As far as the transmission of the energy off, I think the question was, is any energy being transmitted off the Navajo Nation? So as part of the transmission line, as Delegate Charlene so mentioned, this was part of our upgrades that were necessary when we took over Rocky Mountain Power in the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation. So this was already in the plans. And since we were building a new transmission line, we located the Red Mesa Solar facility near this new transmission line. So the 66 megawatts of solar energy will be transmitted through this line. It doesn't take up the entire line, it's a portion of the line. It's about an 8-mile stretch. The remaining 18 miles or the total 18 miles is gonna be energy transmitted within the Navajo Nation through our NTUA system. Thank you.
Chair Nez, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Stewart. Honorable So, my second question, well, I just want to follow up on these two questions. Mr. Arash here stated that it's for commercial purposes, and it was negotiated at $46,638.50 to the Navajo Nation for the TAA for 25 years. Is that annually, 46,000 annually for 25 years? Or is it 46,000 for the whole 25 years? My other question, I didn't get a clear answer on is, this electricity going off the Navajo Nation for non-Navajo people, how much of it will come back to the Navajo people if this power is going to the Navajo people? That's my question, Pro Tem Chair.
Question Chairman has Shazada, Delegate Charlene So, and Mr. Arash.
I can, if you will, I can answer the question. The assessment for the line is $646,686.50. I apologize if I wasn't clear. It's $646,686.50, and that's NTUA has to pay that within a certain number of days after this is signed. So that's not on an annual basis. It's for the term of the TAA. And as far as the energy that I think you asked once again about the transmission. So this particular transmission line, the entire 18 miles of the line will be transmitting energy on within our NTUA system. Okay, so it's a 69 kV line. It has enough capacity to serve our entire, the transmit the energy within the area. In addition, since there's additional capacity, there's a portion of the line that will be transmitting energy from the Red Mesa Solar Project to the off-takers, which is in Utah. So that portion is going off the Navajo Nation. However, the revenue that is we're selling that energy off the Navajo Nation, but the revenue from that sale is being brought back onto the Navajo Nation through NTUA. And as Delegate So mentioned, we had over 300 homes when we took over Rocky Mountain Power. We had over 300 homes that didn't have electricity or a connection. We were able to connect over 140 homes already. Our model of how we do business is essentially the revenue we bring back on for projects like this, we use to connect families to the electric grid. So that's kind of the idea behind it. The revenue that is being generated is being used to assist in connecting homes to the electric grid. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Arash, for your response. Any other questions or comments, or Chairman Nez? Shania, Key?
I believe we opened the floodgate. Just kidding. Just kidding. The only question I have is the TAA Nindigi Chairman. Are we getting ahead of ourselves on this approval while we're formalizing and finalizing the one-stop shop process? This is the old processing that's in the legislation in one area, earlier, Rush and NTUA, again, a lot of time, it's probably some maybe that my fault or my lacking for not pushing a lot of these things as such, but I've been pushing and asking all entities. Earlier, you probably heard me talking to NHA, called the NTUA, in some areas of our chapters. What's the solution that you can help establish and extend power line to our community in the Hishan Kwaji? I mean, give us a recommendation in how we can move forward. If fiber optic is being focused here, I mean, why is Low Mountain still only have foundation just sitting there? I would base with that one down late. Low Mountain, just a cell tower. Then a lot of time I've been told based upon them, and then I made a recommendation, can you combine a lot of these scattered homes power line to keep it that? And you guys got a 1.5 billion of a credit line. Basically, I mean, I don't have a problem supporting this legislation, but the fact is that I think NTUA need to go across the board and help each and every region. And sometimes I always say that my communities are being penalized just because that sometimes I'm not speaking in terms of what NTUA wants. that's even Kodo, you have even machine projects if you not sit down, one or shin the bar, or she need that's it, and show. According to not the Kodo home site lease, and I've sent this information to you guys in 2A. You're telling a lot of my community members because home site lease now is linked to the power line again to lease need cut quacking which is not a quacking they could TAA could not be could have been KEC, but yet I'll be in the same situation with a lot of my community that will not be getting power line. Could you justify Shemayaja? Did I even should never do it as Banashaki which is good. But what about me? Me, which is not me as KLBA Junior, but me as a representative of the 5 chapters that I represent. The way I see it, in terms of power lines, in terms of in anything else that I can continue to ask for. And I want to be on record to say this. I have no problem getting these extension. Maybe if you have more favorable communication with N2A, Latin KLBA Junior Shabaka to shut it Vini Latos Mayer. Aja could add the Shin the dots info that Koshe could the question and source memo and in the art of 10 day. What are the capital procedure hard see that Ko quacky eat kodo manani Maya shut up a cut deal was a quacky people in Shaki Lachi because we've seen it. There's 240 something that needs bathroom addition in my region, meaning that there's 240 individuals that needs water line installed. So those are some areas I've been bugging and trying to do what I can to get a lot of these things directly in my chapter region. And again, there should be likewise in all legislation that comes before the council that really is going to benefit our Navajo people. So what I could do, chairman, so the fiber optic new build up, and also that's the other thing. The land department, the Kito Bar, the Jinch Bar, one that could do to establish these cell towers across our community called fiber optic. Fiber optic that's electricity is harsh fiber optic line but yet could just cell tower in tech land department that it took almost 2 years. You probably saw a PR from the president today about personnel. And not even once was the president or the council been mentioned that the legwork had been done. But it took almost 2 years to get that done, to get certain approval for a certain company to do the bill out of their personnel. In this case, because into age you are entity, but yet why is it there's much problem for my area that I'm trying to get a lot of these infrastructure to be to move forward. So the first thing that you always come to me is say that based on that there's no funding to talk to me. Then we gave you authorization to spend so much money, but yet that's not being utilized as well. So so don't penalize my community just because I'm somewhat talk against NTUA or make some comments about NTUA. You put me aside, put somebody in there, but yet just help my community in conditional NTUA. That's sure that. But I could have been
Okay, there's no other further questions stated on Charlotte itself. I'll turn the floor back over to you. And the mic over to Chairman Nez as well.
Oh, I will provide a response, and I know that, Eric, you've heard the statement brought forth by Honorable Begay. I've heard many of your pleas and statements on the council floor, and one can attest that you do advocate majorly for your communities. Not just there or within my region, but throughout the reservation. And you feel for their needs. And as council delegates, we get these invitations. See how I'm living. Electricity at then it really does stick with you as a leader. And you really wish that you can get it done. But I will be advocating on your part, Shiaj, Honorable Begay, and I would like to have Eric, take this into consideration with NTUA and the respective parties to meet with Honorable Begay in regards to the community needs of electricity and infrastructure built under NTUA. We support them. We put it in legislation. We pass it. Is that AD the That's the reason why NTUA is going. It's for the people. I will support it, and I will do whatever I can to support your communities. I know that we are going to be going through a lot of projects and legislations audit. I will do my best on my part, Shiaj. Eric, if you have a response. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Delegate So and Delegate Begay. We will definitely bring this back to our team. I don't, just for full transparency, I'm as of January 1st, I've switched over to focus on renewable energy projects, and Mr. Haas has taken a more of an active role in some of the dialogue. So I will definitely relay the message and make sure that we continue on making sure we support projects within, not just your region, but all across the Navajo Nation. I know one of our challenges we are facing right now, just for the council's information, I was just on a call earlier today. We have the defunded CARES Act projects legislation was passed, and 8 months later, we haven't got any funding to move the projects forward. So I think that's one challenge I know that is out there. But regardless of that, we're still moving forward with developing projects. So we're open to having an open dialogue and meeting with you and your communities and having further dialogue. So we will. I'll follow up with the NTUA executive team on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Shananta. The amendment has been completed. Therefore, I ask Mr. Tahi to read it into the record, and then we'll have a motion in a second. Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of RDC, this is Amendment 1. Page 3 of 3, lines 15, delete paragraph C, insert paragraph B. 2, page 3 of 3, line 19, delete paragraph D and insert paragraph C. Chair, that is amendment number 1 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Begay. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Stewart. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Here, none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable. Honorable Freeland, we're going to vote. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, regarding the amendment.
Okay, on the amendment, Honorable Freeland.
Okay, Chairman. Shanata, I just wanted to make sure we're okay with the amendment. The amendment language is okay. I don't want it to hamper or change or retract the legislation as a whole. So that's my comment, Chairman. Thank you.
I believe, Honorable Freeland, it was a very simple amendment to make corrections.
Oh, okay.
On page three, line 15 and line 19. We're just changing C to D and D to C. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you,
Chairman. We'll go ahead and proceed with our votes. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay? Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart? Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair voting motion carries for Amendment 1. Back to the main motion. Any other comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay? Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair, voting motion carries for legislation 0017-22.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to say thank you right quick. Asa Zenegi RDC members, thank you again for your support. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Legislation 0018-22. This legislation will go before Budget and Finance next. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, are you on the call? Going twice. Going 3 times. Down to F. Legislation 0024-22. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. is the sponsor and he is present. Mr. Ty, could you read this into the record, please?
Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0024-22, date January 28th, 2022.
Table, right?
Regarding an action relating to the Resource and Development, Health and Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Navigate Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC Section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo Veteran Organization. Purpose: to amend the Veterans Trust Fund statute to require the creation of separate business unit numbers whenever Navajo Nation funds are awarded to local veteran organizations. Chair, members of RDC Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, will be read into the record into its entirety. The sponsor is Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. This is tracking number 0024-22. An action relating to the resource and development, health and education, human services, budget and finance, law and order, and Navigate committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veteran organization. Section 1 outlines the authority. Section 2 lists its findings. Section 3 is approving amendments to 12 NNC section 1176. Section 4 is the effective date. Section 5 is the codification. Section 6 is the savings clause. Chair, members of RDC, on the first Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0024-22, sponsor Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. This legislation was posted on January 28, 2022 at 3:45 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended February 2nd, 2022. You have 3 comments supporting this legislation. You had 1 comment opposing this legislation, and you had 1 comment and recommendation on this legislation. Supporting this legislation was Gilbert Patero, Northern Navajo Veterans Organization, and Ronald Roy. Opposing this legislation is Marie Zellwerlin, and the common recommendation comes from Eugene Marshall. Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation tracking number 0024-22 read into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahe. I believe Honorable Begay stepped out. Just one moment here. Motion legislation 0024-22 on deed. I think we're gonna have to wait for this to change. And let's move down to G. Shamanta, approving an in-person leadership meeting with Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and Lewis and Roca to conduct a tour of the Costino and Horseman Lodge properties near Flagstaff, Arizona on Tuesday, March 8th. Mr. Todd, is this a good date for this? March 8th?
Chair, member of RDC, this is a perfect date. Because of the work session that was canceled on the 17th, I'm going to move that to March 7th, since the work session leadership meeting with Navajo Housing Authority moved up so we can continue as scheduled. So the Tuesday, March 8th at 2022 is a perfect date. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Honorable Stewart, motion, second by.
I second.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Thank you. Any comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Gay. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We'll go down to H, approving an in-person meeting with the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Farmington Field Office on the formal proposal to withdraw approximately 351,000 acres of public lands surrounding the Chaco Cultural National Historical Park in Farmington, New Mexico on Friday, March 11 at 9 a.m. And I would like to have a motion and a second. Motion, Honorable Stewart, second by. Is there a second?
Daniel.
Chairman, I second.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Okay. There's still absent. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you. Approving an in-person leadership meeting with the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Farmington Field Office, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the State of New Mexico on the right-of-way process in Farmington, March 11. Also, this will be at 1:30 p.m. on the same day. Motion and a second. Honorable Stewart, motion, second by. Second. And
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay is still absent. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Okay. J, approving a joint work session with Law and Order Committee on legislation 0002-22 for Friday, March 25th at 9 a.m. at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. Nanda, let's have a motion and a second.
I vote motion.
Who's that? Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I believe that was you. Second. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Chair Jackson, still on call. Vice Chair Aruso, are you on the call? None. We'll go ahead and have our advisor collaborate on this. We'll go ahead and vote on this. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Gary is still absent. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Okay. Approving a leadership meeting with the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Office of the Controller, and District Grazing Committees to streamline the cycling process for Thursday, March 31st at 9 a.m. teleconference. Motion. Honorable Stewart, second. Second.
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. Thank you. None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Gay. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green, and I just received a text message from Honorable Gay votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, voting motion carries. Down to L. Agriculture Days Conference with Southwest Indian Agriculture, March 21st to March 24th, 2022. So the date is already there, and I would like to have a motion and a second. Stewart motions, second by. Honorable Daniels, thank you. Any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Gay just texted in, votes green. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. There's also a request for a work session with the Department of Agriculture. Next, Department of Agriculture work session. Office of the Controller, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Justice, Division of Community Development on the Agriculture Infrastructure Funding with RDC. Would like to have a motion. Honorable Stewart, motions, second by
Daniel.
who's that? Honorable Daniels. Thank you.
Second, yeah, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Any comments or questions? What date? We need a date, Mr. Todd.
Chair member of RDC, I would propose the date of Friday, April 1st, as your calendar for March has already filled up. And that's the earliest possible date. Chair, back to you.
Okay, we'll go with that date, April 1st. Just don't make a fool of ourselves here. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Keelan. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Votes green. Honorable Keelan McGay Jr. Text in. Votes green. Honorable Daniels.
They vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. Vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. There are 2 meetings that we need to approve. So with that, Shananta, I respectfully request that you make a motion to suspend the floor rules and request to have 2 meetings. Mr. Tahi, could you reiterate those 2 meetings that we had discussed? We just need to amend the agenda.
Chair members of RDC, the first meeting would be to approve a meeting with the House Natural Resources Ranking Member Bruce Westerman for Wednesday, February 16th at 7 a.m. Navajo Nation time. The second meeting would be for Saturday, February 19th, leadership meeting with NHA Board of Commissioners and the CEO at Twin Arrows Casino at 9 a.m. Chair, those are the 2 meetings. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and second to suspend the floor rules to amend the agenda to add 2 approvals for meetings. It'll be N, which will be Mr. Westerman on Wednesday, the 16th at 7 o'clock a.m. So that'll be 1, the N, letter N, O will be NHA Board of Commissioners and the CEO meeting at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort on Saturday, February 19th. And we will have that meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning. So suspended the floor rules. Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart. Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, I vote green. Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
I vote green.
Hold on.
Nobody. You just requested for it. I'll make the motion.
Mr. Tahi.
Chairman,
I made a mistake there. We're voting to suspend the floor rules without a motion, so I'd like to ask my colleagues to have a motion. Honorable Stewart motions, second by.
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I exclusively. I will go back and re-vote on this here, so Honorable Vice Chair Walker, can you vote? Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay,
Chairman.
votes green. Yes.
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green on suspending full rules. Honorable Begay texting his vote green. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Now we'll go to N, since we added it to the agenda. Mr. Westerman, House Natural Resources Committee would like to have a meeting with RDC on Wednesday, the 16th at 7 a.m. Let's have a motion. Honorable Stewart, motion, second by.
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. Thank you. Any comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Oh, we would like to approve a meeting on February 19th, which is a Saturday. We will be there at Twin Hills Navajo Casino Resort on the 18th, so we will stay there on the 19th. That meeting will be for NHA Board of Commissioners and the CEO with RDC at Twin Arrows at 9 a.m. Motion.
Motion.
Honorable Stewart, second by Vice Chair Walker. Thank you. Any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay texting his vote as green. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels, votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries.
You guys did it.
We're on the last part of our meeting here, number 8. Close of meeting. Any other announcements?
Motion to adjourn, Freeland.
Motion to adjourn by Honorable Freeland. Second by Honorable Stewart. Thank you, Mr. Nantara. You all did a good job. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We are officially adjourned at 5:16 p.m. You all be safe out there. May God bless each and every one of you. Honest, thank you to Sandy Wheatfield's Black Rock Chapter. Thank you very much, and Hachiyama taking care of us, and plenty of coffee here. So thank you, Ms. Begay, and you're still here. And Honorable Slater, thank you very much with your LDAs as well. RDC staff, thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Lee Wheatfield. Honorable Slater, RDC. Thank you, staff.
Yeah.